Alright, welcome back to the channel, everyone. Oh, welcome back. Hopefully you got enough sleep. Hopefully you got enough sleep, man. Just, just enough, eh? Alright. Bam, 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 bam. Hopefully you can get a bit more than that. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to talk a bit about the Zen 6. So, the first leak that really came out, not even a leak, it's a rumor. So, the first rumor that came out. Yeah, I hear you there, man. It's been very hot here. It's been over 30 degrees today. Been about 34. Quite warm. It gets very hot up in this room here, so I took a break, went to get some food, tried to cool down the place a little bit. So the first rumor, not even a leak, came out about, I don't know, I would say about just over 2 weeks ago, back in June. And they're saying like the new Ryzen CPUs could match or exceed clock speeds of 7 gigahertz, according to the latest rumor. It's not a rumor. Well, it is a rumor, but it was a sleight of tongue. It was a sleight of tongue, because people were just saying that, because it makes it kind of a rumor. Sleight of tongue, as in they were expecting the person saying it, someone that represents AMD, to say 7 gigahertz and up. Yeah, it's gonna be like that here tonight. Not gonna cool down. Tomorrow's supposed to be a bit nicer, so that's nice. Yeah, like the AMD going to 7 gigahertz is a known rumor, okay? It's been a known rumor for quite some time. I went over this, not on a live stream or anything like that. I did do some research onto it a while ago, but since it was a rumor, it's not something I want to talk about. Now, there's new talk of them being 7 gigahertz and up on the N2X node. Again, I don't foresee it to be that, but we're going to go over some of these 7 gigahertz rumors. Again, this came out about just over 2 weeks ago, about 2.5 weeks ago, when this rumor really came out. So they're saying it's gonna beat the Zen 4 and Zen 5 architectural speeds. Both of those, Zen 4 and Zen 5, had a max boost clock of 5.7 gigahertz, and an all-core clock a max of 5.4 or 5.45, 5.46 for certain CPUs. That's all right, man. Hopefully things are good. So previous rumors suggest the next generation of AMD processor would only run with clock speeds greater than 6 gigahertz at very conservative estimate. It's an estimate. And where they're getting that 7 gigahertz, again, because they're going for a word of tongue on this. The spokesperson that was saying that they're doing the test, the people that are testing it technically, were saying that they were able to achieve 6.4 gigahertz on these CPUs. And that's not just the N2X, but that's also for the laptop lineup as well. Oh, gotcha. 2 nanometer, it's nothing. Intel already has 2 nanometer. Intel's already had 2 nanometer for 6 months. Went into risk production. It's not 2 nanometer is nothing new. How's it going, Joe? Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, 2 nanometer is nothing new. Intel's actually at 1.8 nanometer in risk production right now. Not for like mass production for consumers, but they're at 1.8 nanometer. So they're also talking about at the same time when this came out, the new 52-core Intel CPU is reportedly in the works, putting pressure on AMD to respond with something big. So what they're also saying, this is all again almost 3 weeks ago when this all came out, that the Zen 6 would potentially have 32 cores. Again, that's another rumor that did not become to day of light. That is not a thing anymore, and that has been confirmed by AMD. That is not a rumor that it's dropped. It's not dropping. 32 cores is not going to be a thing. 24 cores is going to be what the Zen 6 is going to be. Now, it could be different with Zen 7, and they have 32 cores, but Zen 7 won't be coming out anytime soon. 2028, maybe 2029. So, however, where AMD's next generation CPUs appear to lack in core count compared to Intel's AMD, appears to be making up for it with faster cores, which is good. Do you want faster cores? Faster cores are overall get actually world records. Again, overclocker here. I'm a top overclocker in Canada. That's what I really care about is getting world records and being able to utilize and get better scores with my GPU. And faster core clocks on the CPU can correlate to faster run times and faster and more actual frames per second in benchmarks, which is what I want to see. So, YouTuber leaker Moore's Law is dead. Earlier claimed to have spoken to AMD engineers regarding the AMD Zen 6 CPUs and claimed that the 6 plus gigahertz rumors were at the time. Again, at the time for 6 plus gigahertz. This is not him talking to AMD engineers. I'll let you know why, because this came out beforehand, before he even did the video, way before he even talked about it on live stream, and people were speculating the 6 plus gigahertz, and he just took that and said he was an AMD, he got it from AMD engineers. So, very conservative, 6 plus gigahertz. They're saying up to 6.4 gigahertz, not above, or for laptop versions, which is like the N2 node and N3, so 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer as well, that they were only going to hit they would definitely beat 6 gigahertz. Not saying they're going to be 6.1 or 6.2, that they will beat 6 gigahertz. Not the 6.4, 6.5 that some people are speculating and just putting out these rumors on. It's the 6 plus gigahertz. So it could just be 6.05 gigahertz. That's about it. They're not saying it's going to be more than that, though. Since Moore's Law is dead, host has gone on to discuss AMD's Zen 6 architecture with a guest game developer from Aldern Games, and from a game company, okay, and hinted that AMD's Zen 6 CPUs could hypothetically push past 7 gigahertz. I mean, I'm glad that this game developer from Alderon Games is commenting on this and giving his opinion, because you know his opinion means anything in the CPU world. He's a game developer and he does not get any insights to on what new CPUs, new architectures, and either the speeds, performances are going to be before everyone else. So I'm not sure why that even matters, that this guy's even commenting. I don't get why people are wanting to get this guy's opinion on this. It does not matter. He's a game developer. He does not know anything about this. So it could pass 7 gigahertz, though he has repeatedly refused to give an exact number because he doesn't know jack crap. I'm not going to say what the number is. Of course, he's not going to say what the number is because he doesn't know the number. And if he says a number, then he will just make himself look like a fool. So what's the point of saying 7 gigahertz or 6.7 gigahertz or 6.8 gigahertz? They're just going to say rumor, 7 gigahertz just for the clicks. And again, this was a while ago, and then so many more videos have been put out on this. So many people are more talking about this 7 gigahertz and all that. It's not going to happen. Moore's Law is dead. Further examine the rumors swirling around Zen 7 architecture, which will allegedly feature low-power cores using less than a watt of power. That's really good. While still technically being full Zen 6. So it's just updated cores. Performances, like the P cores that they have. They only have one core, so P cores. Assuming that to be true, Moore's Law is dead believes that the low power cores could be strong enough for consoles like Steam Deck or PS6. Why would it not? It will not go into the PS6, so because the PS6 will cost a fortune if they did that. Which is where Moore's Law is dead. Magical 7 gigahertz estimate appeared. Magical 7 gigahertz estimate appeared. Let's say that Zen 6 hits 7 gigahertz or something. Is a low power core going to be like 5 gigahertz or 4 gigahertz? Maybe not. So with the advancements of technologies and going to a lower transistor as well, and whether or not they can make it so it has less leakage for the power delivery, and if they can redefine the power delivery itself, which they have not on Zen 6, it's going to be basically a Zen 5. It's just updated architecture for the performance, as in the cores themselves have been updated. The memory controller itself, the IMC, the integrated memory controller, was only going to support dual channel RAM. That's it. So don't look for quad channel at all. It will only be dual channel. That's it. Okay, so make sure you get that in place too. It's just going to be dual channel, not quad channel. They're only putting in dual channel into the actual architecture. If the 7 gigahertz rumor proves accurate, as it might considering the Ryzen 9 7950X exceeded the speeds originally noted for the Zen 4, surpassing the clock speed difference between Zen 3 and Zen 4. I mean, as it should. Haven't the tariffs already changed, though, Joe? Pretty sure the tariffs have already changed. Of course, this is all rumor and speculation for a product that might not hit shelves for quite some time, and nothing has been officially confirmed by AMD. People, if it's not confirmed by anyone that's worked for AMD or works under AMD, stop bringing out these stupid speeds and getting your hopes up on this kind of stuff. It'd be nice to see these kind of speeds. Is it achievable? Yes, it is achievable. Is it achievable in the next year or two? Probably not, as AMD been known for having high frequency. No, they are not. They're known for lower frequency at a very high temperature. Very good performance, though. Again, this could be different with the 2 nanometer, the M2X node, but as things are right now with the way the productions of CPUs are, that is not going to be the case. While we wait for more details, check out our full guide. Now, we're going to go to a newer one, okay? We're going to go to a newer post on this. Now, this one's from July 4th, okay? This one's from July 4th. So, we're going to go over a very quick recap, basically. A little quick recap. What has already been leaked about AMD's next generation Ryzen processors built using its Zen 6 processor core. The core's codename Morpheus client processors are codenamed Medusa, and some of them are more likely to have 12-core CCDs. Again, it's also Olympic Ridge. 12-core CCDs, max 12-core CCDs, okay? For a maximum of 24-core CPUs on a desktop CPU, and they're not even sure how they're going to lay it out yet. No one knows about the actual layout of this, whether or not it's going to be on 2 CCDs or not. If it's just going to be on a single CCD or on dual CCD. They're still not even sure about it. It's coming to socket AM5 and is expected to come with a new I/O chiplet, CIOD, for the first time since the move to that socket, which will be a good improvement. It'll be nice to see as well. Now, the latest rumors regarding AMD's next generation CPU core have hit, and they're looking pretty spicy. First up, clock rates. This one isn't strictly new. If it was leaked, it was rumored back in February. However, the same source has doubled down on the claim that says that 7 GHz isn't out of the question. He stopped short in saying AMD CPUs definitely would reach 7 GHz. Moore's Law is dead again. But did say that AMD's next generation CPUs will beat 6 GHz and not 6.1 or 6.2. Because that's the word that was actually put out by someone that actually works at AMD. It will not, it's not like a specific number. He's not giving a specific number at this time. And what he said was, early testing in the department, AMD is yielding 13 to 16% higher performance over Zen 5 at same clocks and server workloads. Right, same clock speed, so a max boost of 5.7 on a single core, and then all core of probably 5.4. So same boost, they're still yielding 13 to 16% more improvement. That does not say that they're going to be at 7 GHz or even at 6 GHz. They're saying at the same speeds. Clock speeds are also impressive, even at target voltages not OC'd. Some of our Zen 6 C samples are boosting to nearly 4.5 GHz. And in lighter multi-threaded workloads, we can also run all 32 cores on a CCD, and this is more or less not really for the Zen 6. This is going to be more or less for Zen 7 for the 32 core. The 32 core will not be a thing for Zen 6. It got slashed very recently. The 32 core got slashed. So again, in later multi-threaded workloads, we can often run all 32 cores at on a CCD at 4 GHz. That's much higher than what final Zen 5C silicon is capable of now. Yeah, it's just odd. Whatever. That sounds insane. Remember that we're talking about multi-node die shrink here, and furthermore, we're also looking at a move to GAAF FEAT. Different kind of FinFET fabrication. Although the TSMC N2 process is in use, won't have a backside power delivery like Intel's 18A, which is it's fine. Still not different. AMD's current processors already hit 5.7 GHz without overclocking. 6 GHz isn't particularly hard to achieve. It's very hard to achieve 6 GHz on an AMD CPU right now. And we're not talking like single core. We're talking we want all core performance. All core has to hit 6 GHz. And do that on an AMD CPU, you have to be on a dry ice. Minimum dry ice. Even 6.4 GHz is barely more than 10% increase in clock rates. It doesn't matter that it's 10% increase in clock rates. That does not scale with actual performance, okay? However, the clock rate bump will apparently also come along with a nice little bump to IPC as well. YouTuber's Moore's Law is Dead quotes one of his best AMD sources, as noted in the final Zen 6 silicon will have 6 to 8% higher floating point IPC versus Zen 5. That's not exciting, but remember, the floating point math is only one piece of the puzzle. It is, but I mean, just having a higher percentage is a better, like, overall, that's just good. That can be correlate to benchmarks and certain workloads. There are other features coming in Zen 6 that may improve performance per clock in interesting ways, like by reducing core-to-core latency. More on that in a moment. We'll talk about that more in a second here. Based on our AMD recent testing, we expect final silicon to have 6 to 8% higher FPIPC floating point versus Zen 5. Note that this is not the final claimed IPC that will take into account gaming on and other PPC uplifts. So again, like I said, specific workloads. It will not correlate probably to gaming, and that's from AMD. Oh, and I can confirm 96 megabytes of cache per V cache layer, and that your prior leak stating Zen 6 can stack multiple layers is correct. And that's not exactly new, but it's to get this kind of stuff working properly is very good. Again, good job AMD for that. Like your other sources, I have no proof AMD will give too high X3D to consumers, but I can say it's possible for a 12-core, 240 megabyte L3 Zen 6 gaming chip to exist. And I wanted to talk about that here in a bit. 240 megabyte of L3 cache is insane. That's massive. Again, they're not going to be doing the 32 cores anymore, so it will just be 12 core per CCD, 24 core, 48 thread CPU. So 240 megabyte of L3 cache is absolutely insane. How's it going, Joe? So the other half of this leak, as you can see, is the leaker's anonymous sources. Claims regarding the next generation of 3D V-Cache is a refresher. 3D V-Cache is AMD's term for its stacked cache technology, where it pairs a logic chip of a processor with a separate piece of silicon. That is most likely just SRAM. Yes, might not be new, but I mean, 240 megabytes of L3 cache is insane. This historically triples the L3 cache available to that chiplet's CPU cores. Well, Zen 6 is getting bumped to 48 megabyte of L3 cache per CCD to maintain the cache per cache ratio, and thus the 3D cache stacks for Zen 6 are also getting bumped to 96 megabytes, which is good. That's not the end of the story, though. I was rumored in prior generations that AMD could feasibly ship a 3D cache CPU with multiple stacks of cache applied. AMD has never shipped a processor this way to date, but Moore's Law is dead. Sources claim that AMD has verified this compatibility on Zen 6 parts. Doing so would result in a processor with some 240 megabyte of L3 cache on a single CCD, or around 20 megabytes of L3 cache per individual Zen 6 CPU core. That's good. This would be an incredible amount of CPU cache, and it would likely have a detrimental effect on cache access latency, which is actually why AMD probably won't do it. The thought is tantalizing, though. Again, because when you're stacking it, you're raising the distance away from the actual architecture of the actual CPU, which increases latency. It's why having chiplet design increases latency, and that's why they've been trying to get over the hurdle of this latency issue, and that's AMD and Intel with the Arrow Lake. Yeah. So again, this is not any new news. Like, this is older stuff right now I'm going over. Other key details about Zen 6 that Moore's Law is dead. It has previously included that the chips will purportedly include bridge dies between the CCDs holding CPU cores and the COD, and that the Zen 6 mobile processors will beat the chiplet design. Okay, that's again for mobile laptops and whatnot. Mobile. We still don't know about desktop, whether or not it's going to be chiplet design. The latter is simple. The successor to Gorgon Point itself, refresh of Strict Point, will use the same CCDs as others Zen 6 processor, meaning no more C compact cores and no reduction in L3 cache compared to the desktop CPUs. So I'll still have the same amount of L3 cache, which is good. Oh, brutal. Brutal. Hopefully everyone's alright. Cars are fixable. So, it also means that AMD's APUs could receive 3D V-Cache for the first time, which is a fascinating prospect. Yes, it could. So, the other detail is arguably more impact for most users, though, and was initially leaked by Everest. Um, they're probably referring to the use of TSMC's local silicon interconnect LSI technology that can reasonably think of LSI as TSMC's versions of Intel's embedded multi-die interconnect bridge. Again, like the pipelines that they're currently using and all that to bridge stuff together, so that way it can talk to each other. Just not pretty? Ah, that's fine. Things don't have to look good. It just needs to work, buddy. Glad everyone's alright. Essentially, rather than using wires in an imposer connecting between chiplets, are done using a bridge die with multiple routing layers. This provides a solution that is more compact, more efficient, and faster if true. This could mean memory latency and core-to-core latency on Zen 6 processor could be as low as it has ever been. For AMD, not for Intel. If they can get this working, though, they might reach older Intel CPUs. So like the Raptor Lake CPUs, they might reach the latency of that. Probably won't, though, unfortunately. But if they can beat over 60 nanoseconds of latency that they have right now, that's an improvement. They just gotta beat that. So, is all of this true? There's no telling Moore's law data has been known to spread bunk gum from time to time. And this isn't me saying this, all right? This is actually reporters on stuff like this, okay? This is not me saying this. This is actual reporters that go back through a whole bunch of stuff and actually relay correct information. And yeah, they do some clickbait stuff, but they actually relay information from over the years and or let people know that this sounds really good, but don't get your hopes up, kind of thing. So again, is all of this true? There's no telling. Moore's Law is dead has been known to spread just absolute gibberish from time to time, but he also has been known to pick up exclusive leaks years ahead of anyone else. Not even years ahead of anyone else, but he does bring out the leaks a bit quicker than most people. Again, that's what I try to do as well. I try to bring out these leaks before most people. Everything we talked about today seems entirely plausible, aside from the idea that AMD will actually ship a gaming CPU with 240 megabytes of L3 cache. Be crazy, man. Crazy if they did. Like I said, it sounds great. Are they gonna do it? Probably not. Still, Zen 6 does look incredible for gaming. Reduced memory latency due to the LSI bumps to both IPC and clock rates, an extra 4 CPU cores per CCD, and an accompanying increase in L3 cache are all welcome. All this, again, there's no word from anyone that actually means anything besides Moore's Law is dead and his trusted leakers that have also spread false information over the years. Okay, we're not gonna say, I'm not gonna, like I said, I've been saying this for now the past over a couple days because it's been brought up. I will not say any of this is true. This is still just a rumor for most of the things, and most of the things that Moore's Law is dead. It's rumors. They're not leaks, they're rumors. These are things that you cannot hold on to, and there's basically he's making it so that way there's no accountability for him when he's saying this. It's more just clickbait kind of material. 2 days. 2 days. We got 2 days. 2 days, 11 hours, and 29 minutes. We're getting there. I already got a system set up, Xeon system set up on a custom water loop. It's all set up, ready to go. So I'll be probably doing some testing tomorrow on it. Now we'll go over the newest rumor, not leak. We'll go over the newest rumor. And now, this is from Video Cards. New information has surfaced regarding AMD's next generation Ryzen CPUs based on the Zen 6 core architecture. At this time, we do not know if the architecture will be part of Ryzen 10,000 series or something new AMD has come up with. So whether or not they are renaming the CPU name at all, like the actual from Zen 5 to Zen 6, instead of it just letting it go to the 9,000, not bringing it over to the 10,000 series. We'll see. Oh, it's all good? It's all fixed? I hope so. So, according to Yuri Bubbly, Usmus, creator of the Hydra tuning software, you fixed it yourself. What did you have to do? Engineering samples of Zen 6 CPUs have already been distributed to partners and board manufacturers. As noted, it's nothing new. This is nothing new. It's already been done for the past 3 weeks now. Nothing new. As noted by WCCF Tech, these aligned with recent software updates such as the IDA 64, and I went over the IDA 64 as well. IDA 64 just got an update to support the Zen 6 and also for Nova Lake. Oh. Well, hopefully all is good. Which have added primarily support for Zen 6 desktops. Server and mobile processors such as software is often updated with such samples become available. Again, these are just sample tests, like engineering samples basically. These are not anything that we will get as a consumer. That's all that matters, man. It's working. So, engineering samples have already been distributed. This won't be a revolution. It will be an evolution. If it was a revolution and like an evolution and revolution, that'd be even better. But it'll be an evolution, and not a huge evolution. Like a Pichu going to a Pikachu. There will be more cores per CCD, and instead of a single memory controller, there will be 2. Details are still scarce. 2 memory controllers, as in they're only going to do dual channel, even though yes, single memory controller, there will be 2. Details are still scarce. Memory channels will remain at 2. No new boost technologies are expected. So the same way that boost technology has been done, that will be done on these new Zen 6 as well. And same thing with curve optimizers as well. Those will all be the same. Hey, it's working a lot better than. So the creator of Hydra mentioned that Zen 6 will be an evolutionary step over Zen 5, but not a radical overhaul. The architecture will focus on incremental improvements and efficient gains rather than a complete redesign. According to rumors, the new architecture will finally have more cores per CCD, 4, and current and previous Zen architectures feed 8 cores, while Zen 6 might move to 12, 4 extra cores per CCD for classic Zen 6 cores, classic ones. So it might not be a revolution, but it's already a visible change that will be easily put onto the marketing side. I would hope so. It also has mentioned that Zen 6 will feature 2 memory controllers, but Usmus does not have the details yet. Such configuration could enable support for higher memory bandwidth by splitting requests between 2 controllers. Using may also respect reduced latency and higher performance scaling, which will be really good. Like, you want 8,000 megatransfers per second, like that, easy peasy? That's one way to do it. Perhaps this will allow AMD to finally support DDR5 CU DIMM memory, and that's if they do, because if they can make actually Zen 6 support CU DIMM memory, whoo-wee. 2 times. Sounds like a electrical flash of some sort. Is the weather like kind of like my place here, not so great. So AMD doesn't have a release date, but all points towards a 2026 release. The new CPUs are expected to be supported by the AM5 socket. That's one of the latest leaks. Again, this is a leak. There's no telling you how fast these cores are going or anything besides that. It's gonna have two DDR5 IMCs in place. They still have not actually said how many cores there exactly will be, but they've already came out a while ago that it will have 12 cores per CCD, and that's more or less for the laptop, the Medusa point. It's quite good for now. That's good. It's supposed to like rain, hail, thunderstorm here. It's supposed to get really, really bad. Oh wow. I mean I should say the B60 is an Intel GPU. The B650, the big real world differences, IOs. So you might not have as many USB on it. Might not have like USB 4 on it. So for the 600 chipset versus the 800 chipset. So the B650 is a 600 chipset, and the X870 is a 800 series chipset. So the difference between them is the lower end, the B600, the 600 series chipset, might not support PCI Express 5.0 on GPU side, but might do it for the actual NVMe drive, your I/O, so your USB, how many USB it actually has overall, and this also correlates to different motherboard brands and manufacturers themselves. Might make it so that way the 600 series chipset has a lot as well, but might not have as many much capability as the 800 chipset. There's a lot that goes into chipsets. So your PCIe Express, PCI Express 5.0, it might have one. Some boards might have two, but more or less, it might have just PCI Express 4.0 on the 600 chipset, and then the next PCI Express down from that might be PCI Express 4.0 by 8, so not by full 16, might be by 8, so you can only use half the actual bandwidth out of a GPU, full size by 16 GPU, and a lot of it's I/O as well. It's more or less that's the difference. It's really between the chipsets. Again, depends on motherboard manufacturer and the actual model. I had not the weak storm. Had storms when power would be out for like 1 to 2 full days. Yeah, that happened to me early this year. Power was out for a couple of days, and it literally went to -5 in my place, like -5. Couldn't get warmer. Unfortunately, it got cold. It got cold. -5 C, not Fahrenheit. So now we're gonna check out what Notebook is saying. They just came out with this a little bit long ago, not too long ago as well. Correct. Correct. Joe, correct. Is DDR5 RAM at 7200 megahertz CL34 or 6400 CL32 better for saying it's both in the same price range? You should probably just go for a 6000 megatransfers per second CL28 if you can. It's cheaper. AMD CPUs like the 7000 and 9000 series like to be a 1-to-1 ratio. So if you put the 6000, it's better. And put the FCLK to 2000. No problemo, man. That's why you'll see a lot of AMD users only have 6000 megatransfers per second. Nice. Patriot Viper. I've talked about them a few times. They make some decent kits of RAM for a good price. So even let's say if they're the same price, you can get the higher clock rate one. So the higher frequency, 7200 mega transfer. It's not megahertz, 7200 mega transfers per second. Basically, you cut that in half for megahertz. So 3600 megahertz. CL34 or 32. If that makes sense, I hope that makes some sense for you. You gotta cut the megatransfers per second to get the actual clock rate. Yep, I have DDR4 Patriot Viper 4000 kit, and I can overclock them a lot. They are Samsung B die, so I'm able to do very, very good with them. Over 4400, very low volts. Very low voltage for getting them over 4400. Yeah, but you're talking to someone that really has to account for megahertz and megatransfers per second. But yeah, Pal, if you really want to look at a kit of RAM, you want to look at some 6000 CL28. You might have to, you might be able to get it working, Theo. You might be able to get it working. Okay, that's fine. So what you want to do then is go, I mean, do you know how to overclock at all? Do you know how to do RAM timings, voltages, and all that? Or are you this kind of person that likes to click XMP? Because yeah, I would say get the higher end kit, so that way if you ever upgrade in the future, you have a higher end kit. But basically downclock it to 6000 and then manually adjust the timings to at least CL28 and adjust the timings even a lot lower timings and a lower voltage as well, probably lower voltage or keep the same voltage. And dang, you could do good, man. Oh, thank you very much, Joe. Thank Joe out. And overclocking a GPU and doing RAM timings is different. Doing RAM timers is one of the hardest overclocking you can do. But if they're the same price, I would literally go after the 7200 megatransfers per second CL34. Even though technically you'll probably lose a little bit of performance of using it at XMP, like I said, you could put it to just 6000 megatransfers per second, CL28, and then lower TRAS, TRP, lower all your other timings, your secondary timings as well, lower them down, TRFC as well, lower that down, your TRC PB or SB, depending on the board you're on, which is per bank, and then lower your read-to-writes, read-reads. Let's say it's stable. Let's say it's stable in that you probably won't get more frames per second. You probably won't get more performance, just due to the fact it automatically puts the AMD CPU in the 2-to-1, which means it'll cut the performance of the actual RAM and CPU. Thank you, Joe. Why isn't that liking it? Like it. There. You click, for me, I love how to touch everything in the BIOS to optimize my PC to Mac. Yep. Yep, keep temperature as low as possible. That's what you kind of want to do. Right now, I've been working on a bunch of RAM timings for my kit of RAM, and I'm only at 6,000 megatransfers per second CL30, but I was able to get CL24 working, which most people can't get CL24 working. They get CL26, but not CL24. That's if you can put your FCLK up enough though. You have to be able to put your FCLK up to 2133. Not every chip can do 2133. And it's not really recommended to put your FCLK up that high on the 7000 series from what I know. Unless you're chilling it. Good game. Good game. Yeah, that like most people are doing 6,000 megatrans per second FCLK 2000, and then some of them are doing 2166, 2167. 2166 is really what it is. 2166 to do 6400, but not everyone can get that, and I don't even know if I would recommend it on a 7000 series. On 9000 it's okay. On the 9000 series that's different, buddy. Yeah, getting the record on DDR4, yeah, good luck. That's not chilling it. That's not going below zero. The FCLK is not something you want to just mess around with. You can destroy your CPU if the temperatures are too high. Even if you have them low enough, you can destroy your CPU. He's on the Ryzen 7000. You don't want to go to the 8000. You can't. Not all CPUs and motherboards will be able to handle 8000 on the 7000 series. On the 9000 series, yes, I would recommend going with the 8000 kit or go with the low cast latency and good timing CL 6000 mega transfer. But he's on 7000. You can't. The best that you want to do is 6400 mega transfers per second at low cast rate and good timings. I don't care about LTT. They're not an overclocker. You're talking to one of Canada's best overclockers here. I don't care about your fucking Linus Tech Tips. I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry. I don't care. I don't care that your chipset is X870. I don't care you have the 800 chipset. That's a chipset. That does not mean nothing about your motherboard and your CPU and whether or not the actual FCLK can actually handle that. You're literally talking to somebody that does this stuff for a freaking living. That has worked with top overclockers in the world. I'm in the best overclocking team there is, with the best overclockers in the world. Don't do things to your CPU that can cause issues, buddy. Please. Dude, the price of DDR4 going up is wild. And you know what? Manufacturers are actually thinking about coming out and actually bringing out. Literally bringing out more DDR4 memory chips. Because the prices. Hopefully she's doing alright. Yeah, man, I have more than just a couple records. Last year, I was 4th place overall in Canada. And in one of the best teams in the world, I was top 30 in their in Team WEG, which is literally the best overclocking team in the world. One of the best overclocking teams in the world, with very little people compared to the top team. That's nothing. Have you checked the prices over the past 2 months? Some places went up by 45%. Almost doubled in, or almost doubled in price, basically. In some places. Not everywhere, of course. But. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the FCLK. The FCLK is AMD's Infinity Fabric. You can only push it so far. FU's back. Well, thank you, FU. Does that mean I get another beer? How's it going, FU? Oh, thank you very much. Paid 75 USD for 64 gigabyte DDR4 last month. That's just over $100 for 64. That's really good. DDR4 here, 64 gigabyte kits are like 250. Used go around 150 to 200. 64 gigs. Canadian though. I'm Canadian. Yeah, I'm Canadian though. And the prices just keep going up, man. The prices just keep going up. It's wild. I'll definitely be doing some live overclocking tomorrow. Or you want me to do some today? I can do some today. I mean, I was gonna definitely do some tomorrow. I just got a system set up for part of the competition, a Xeon system. It's just been so hot today. I mean, it's been brutal. Time Tech, I mean, I generally try to buy Corsair, G-Skill. I got a lot of overclocking tutorials out there. DDR3, DDR5. I need to get another. It's a platform for DDR4 because I got a bunch of kits. I can show people how to overclock on it, but a lot of DDR5 overclocking, a lot of DDR5 overclocking live streams. I mean, if you give me a bit, I can set up a system and do some overclock. Yeah, he's on 7 series, the 7000 series. It's all good, Chief. It's all good. Yeah, he's on the 7000 series, and I would not go past 2166. I don't even recommend 2166. I heard there's a whole bunch of people that are having issues on it. Just, it'd be working just fine, then a month down the road, the CPU is not acting correctly anymore. Or some people, CPU is just dead. That's why I say, like, just do 2000. Be happy with 2000 on the FCLK. Be happy at 6000 megatransfer per second. If not, you can do 21. You can do 2066, 2067, really 2066, 2067 on FCLK and do 6200. Or if you want to do 6400, 2166, 2167. It's like toss up. Yeah, it's like that here. Like 35 degrees Celsius. Got up to. DDR6, they just came out with some low-powered DDR6. So, it'll be really good. And this says that you can overclock without nothing in Canada on winter. Yeah. Yep. I use cold Canadian air, buddy, until I can afford to do dry ice, because it's not cheap. It's not cheap, because I also need to get CPU pot, GPU pot, and RAM pots, and then dry ice is not cheap. And it's not like you need a little bit of dry ice. You need a lot of dry ice. If you're doing liquid nitrogen, you need a lot of liquid nitrogen. Not just a little bit. A lot. We're talking 100+ pounds of dry ice. We're talking 500 liters of liquid nitrogen to do a good liquid nitrogen run. what I'm saying. It's not cheap. But yeah, I do cold Canadian air. I can get down my water temp down to -25. On what CPU? On what CPU? Because on a Z390, not a Zeus, an ASRock one with very mild voltages, I could do 4400 on an 8700K. Yeah, I could do 4400 stable at 1.35 volts, which is very good. And on a cheaper board. But yeah, OC to 3600 mega transfer, no, megahertz. Megahertz, because if you're saying mega transfer, that'll technically be 7200 mega transfers. If it's or actually you split that in half, it'll only be 1800. So 3600 megahertz, I would say easy peasy lemon squeezy. Overclock it at 4000. What to 4400? Depends on the RAM kit, but easily to 4000, yeah. Especially if you can just find yourself some Samsung V-Die, which is why I recommend people buying a certain kit of Patriot Viper DDR4. Because you're guaranteed basically to get DDR4 Samsung V-Die, which you can get really good frequencies and or timings, depending on how much voltage you want to use. Yeah, I mean, overclocking is great. I mean, there's a lot to learn. It's not just sitting in front of the computer and, trying to figure stuff out either. There's math involved. If you want to get more into like overclocking, there's soldering involved, setups involved, different kind of setups involved, binning CPUs, binning RAM, binning GPUs. There's a whole bunch that goes involved with it. Yep. System. Yeah, yeah. Or that you need different gases on the two systems because you can freeze the normal gases. Yes. It's not gases. So it's not gases that they're technically using. They're using a compressible mineral. Yeah, if you need help with anything, man, there is a Discord channel in the link description. Just keeps growing and growing. I think we almost have like 100 members now. But if you want to, click the link in the description below, boom. Yeah, I can definitely give you a hand. Yep, click that Discord link, join the Discord, and there you go. There'll probably be people welcoming you to the Discord channel. Yeah, I try to help out as many people as I can. I had a lot of people that had Intel CPUs, AMD CPUs. I've overclocked the 9950X3D and a kit of RAM, multiple kits of RAM, 64 gig kits, 48 gig kits, and 32 gig kits for the 9950X3D. Got some crazy good scores on benchmarks with it. So yeah. I'm not just a one-trick pony there, buddy. I'm not a one-trick pony. Don't forget to like the live stream. It does help out a lot. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yesterday. Well, thank you very much. Power outages, or it could be surges. Small surges can do that. Or maybe somebody ran into a telephone pole. Happens here. Long day? Well, hopefully it's not a long night. Hopefully it's a decent night. But yeah. So I could show you guys a bit about my profile for overclocking. Hopefully I can make that big enough for everybody here. Okay, so this is hardwarebot.org. This is where all the top overclockers or just overclockers come to put on their scores, and these are verified, validated scores, okay? You think? Oh. So this is my page. I'm in Apprentice League. Apprentice League can go all the way up to dry ice. Started back in April 2018. I did not actually start overclock in 2018. I made my account in 2018 and started following people back in 2018, so that way I can be part of the community. I started back in 2021, 4 years ago, actually putting up scores in that. So I've come a long ways in 4 years because I gained a lot of knowledge beforehand. Like I said, 2018 is when I started actually really wanting to know more about overclocking, not just from 3D, like go to 3D Mark, put up scores. This is the place you want to go for overclocking, is hardwarebot.org or hwbot.org. Again, I'm in Team WEG. I'm Canadian. I'm in Team WEG, one of the best overclocking teams in the world, with Splave, Sebi, and Benchmark, some of the best overclockers in the world, and a whole bunch of other good benchmarkers. But ain't you going too far? Dog food commercials. So right now I got 11 golds. I did have more, but someone took my first place for a couple of them, so I'll have to redo them. I got 11 first place. I got 9 silvers. I got 15 thirds and 31 top 5. Right now I'm 11th in Canada. Someone I need to put up some more scores. I only got 2 records so far this year. I have to put up some more scores. I'm gonna be hopefully top 8 or 9 in Canada here for Canada, and yeah, so that's versus people that started back in 2005. So right now I'm top 11. Country right now I'm top 25 this season. I'm going down in Team WEG right now. Number 39 now in Team WEG. So again, I need to post some scores. It's just been so hot lately. Apprentice, I'm 104th out of 165. I'll be probably first place again. Okay, so I'll try to be first place again this year. But country last year in Canada, I was top 5. I was 4th place overall. Apprentice League, I was first in Canada. Yep. Worldwide this season right now, I'm number 597 out of 7,238 that have posted scores. Worldwide, I have 217,345 people. I am right now 392. I was a lot better, but again, I have not posted a whole lot of new scores lately. Again, it's just been so hot. So some of the hardware I've done: 12600K, i5 2400, i5 8600K, i7 2600. And yes, you can overclock these. There are ways to overclock non-overclockable CPUs. All right. So i7 3770K, i7 6700, i7 8700K, i7 930, 12900K, 13900K, 13900KF, and a few Xeons. Yeah, right. Video cards: 9600 GT 1 gig, 9800 GT 1 gig, GeForce GT 240, GT 610, GTX 1070. I got some pretty good scores on the 1070 after doing mods to it. GTX 1080, 1080 Ti, GTX 770, 2080 Super, 3070 Ti. I got a bunch of records on. I have one of the world's fastest 3070 Ti's in the world. Not just Canada, in the world. HD graphics 2000, HD graphics 4000, UHD graphics 770, and that's Alder Lake. That was with the 12900K. Motherboard. How's it going, board? So I've used some Dell, Acer, Intel boards, DX58 SOs for LJ1366, overclocking boards from Intel. They're kind of rare boards now. Asus boards, Asus overclocking board for LJ1366. I got that system set up for the competition. P6X58D-E. It's a pretty good motherboard, and it's also a triple chan. Intel board, another Intel board, Asus Sabertooth Z77, Z390 Phantom Gaming 4S dash Wi-Fi or AC dash Wi-Fi. Not a good board. I don't recommend it. It's crap. Don't get it, please. It's horrible, horrible. I mean, it's a good board for cheap board for people that just want to do light overclocking on. But if you're wanting to be like, do what I do, overclocking, don't get this board. I bought 2 of them thinking they were good. No, they have limits, and you can't update the BIOS on them to increase the voltages on the RAM and CPU. Z690 Ors Master. That's what I use in my daily. And the competition that's coming up here is Hardware Bot Team Cup 2025. Hardware Bot Team Cup 2025. Big 20 in your country, nice. You can see if you got for $100 and dang, really? You only paid $100 for it? Because again, like me, myself, and I buy certain motherboards for overclocking. It's not really an issue. I can literally take off all the heat sinks. I can take off all the heat sinks out of the VRMs because they're so beefy boards that it doesn't matter. I can literally take off the heat sinks and overclock on it just fine. Yeah, I don't have as much hardware as I used to either. Oh, nice. I mean, nice to have a contract like that. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, if you're getting beefier boards, especially boards nowadays, motherboards nowadays, if you're getting like a Z or X, it doesn't really matter. So Z from Intel or X from AMD, if you're getting one of those boards, the VRMs on them are so powerful that you don't need to have them water cooled. On my main system on my 13900K Z690 Ors Master, I do have a custom monoblock. It doesn't need it. I've done testing on it with no heat sinks whatsoever on the VRMs, chokes, or anything like that, and the temps are well within reason even after overclocking. No reason. There's no need for water cooling the VRMs. The UST erased in my brain. Insane in the membrane. What? Oh, that's how they did it. Uh, it's not that they're done by robots and stuff like that, right? You can still get a human to do it. It's just robots are faster. The pick and places, they're called pick and place. Okay, so they're called pick and place robots. And technically, I could buy a pick and place if I want. It's not like big manufacturers are the only ones that have it. Small people that build PCBs and stuff like that for custom components have pick and place as well. But they go from a pick and place that picks up the parts, puts them where they're supposed to, puts on the solder paste in the locations as well. Like they generally go through a screened solder paste and then put picking parts onto the actual layouts of where they're supposed to be. And that's why they're silk screened and done certain ways so the robot has some sort of clue where it is. But pick and place onto that, and it just goes onto a conveyor belt into a bake oven, bakes up the solder paste to a certain temperature just past the melting point, but since there's no voltage going through the components, it doesn't harm the components. And yeah, boom, there you go. It's not technically more reliable. So what's more reliable now is the soldering way that they're doing it with the solder paste. The solder paste is technically more reliable for SMDs, surface mount devices, or what some people call them SMTs, surface mount technology. The surface mount stuff is a lot easier to do nowadays with the solder paste because it basically lines up the component even after it gets pick and place. The pick and place doesn't even have to be as perfect as what you think, and then once it gets heated up, it basically puts itself into place after the fact. It's not. It's way more efficient. Way more efficient. I wouldn't say more reliable, but way more efficient. Even Pentium 3s. I mean, I got some Pentium 4s. When my laptop goes more hot on AC while just web browsing, yeah. I mean, some laptops do. They get pretty hot. Can a 7600 X3D 64 be air cooled, or does it require AIO? You can air cool it. 50 life. 50 life. 4090 performance for $599. Oh, Jensen, you're such a funny guy. Hells yeah. What's your opinion for a Intel processor newer than the 8th gen? Oh, what is up, Lemon? What is your opinion for an Intel processor newer than the 8th gen? I mean, nothing but bad about the new ones. There's nothing, the new ones, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just people hate on Intel now because they had one bad batch of Intel CPUs. But yeah, it wasn't just Intel CPUs, it was motherboard manufacturers as well. Just people want to hate on Intel. Well, thank you. I generally like these kind of live streams as well. I like doing the overclocking more than gaming, to be honest. The bent ones? No, no, no. There's no bent ones. There's no bent ones. Um, Bad batch, as in, well, the microcode was an issue, a little bit of an issue, but they bent due to the fact people were putting too much mounting pressure onto them. How the hell does speech to text change? They were to you never? Is that the 12th gen? No, okay. So LGA 1700 is a bigger LGA overall. Like it's an overall bigger size of an actual CPU chip. Longer, it's longer, and people were mounting them so tight that it was bending the bending the CPU, which would cause it so that way some of the memory channels didn't work, or that they didn't even work at all, and then they would literally have to like unmount it, remount it, and having issues. That's why they came out with this bracket to secure the actual CPU to the board and to hold it more flat. So that way, and that way there would be a limit on how far people can put mounting pressure on it because of this extra bracket, retentioning bracket. Oh, for $549. Oh, it's not bent. People had issues. People were just putting too much pressure on these things and causing issues. I've never even used a one of these LJ 1700 mounting brackets at all. I've never done any of that kind of damage ever. Never overbent my CPU. Never had issues with memory controllers. None of that. Just people are just dense. That's all. User error is way more common than what you think because more people are getting into it and they think they know everything. So they just assume that it's Intel's fault. But yet it's their own fault for mounting it way too hard. Uh oh, I missed it. Chat's been going pretty quick. Biggest lie this year next to FT. Wow. Wow. That is, I guess. Okay, so that third party add-on is smart though. That 1700 bracket. I, I don't even know what they call it anymore or what they call it. But it's technically smart. It's technically smart because it does help limit on how much pressure you can put onto it. So if you're just a dunce cap person that just tightens stuff up too tight. I mean, I'm one of them dunce cap person. I put on a direct die onto a 13900 KF too tight and cracked the die because my fingers were a little too strong. But that's a little bit more finicky than something that has an IHS on it. They work good though. My AIO, I replaced the mounting bracket with the steel one. The plastic China was not keep equal pressure. That's why I like the metal ones. I have a very old, actually, a very old back bracket that I modified with rubbered washers for it. So that way I can actually get really good tensioning on the CPUs that I've lapped, heavily lapped. And I use that one because it's a very thick metal and it does very good even pressure. I don't use me myself and I don't use the spring loaded screws. I want to feel how much pressure I'm actually putting onto it and not have to worry if let's say you're putting it on with the springs, because they generally have a limit on how tight you can get it. Since I lap my CPU and lap my cooler with the springs, since there's actually a limit on how far you can go. Then I need it so that way there's no spring, there's extra tightening. I can tighten it more, and then I'll just tighten as tight as I need it. Oh yeah, nice. Thank you, everyone. No, bent. No, there's no bent. There's people's issues. You found it on Amazon? Which bracket was it? There's a few of them. There's only bent 12, 13, 14 gen CPUs. Actually, people technically have bent the new CPUs from AMD as well. It's just not as much, and most people get the actual bracket for the new AMD as well. Yeah, I like to match my surfaces. Yep. It's big. Uh, which one is that one again? Is that the Corsair one? Corsair? I like, again, because I don't do a whole lot of AIOs, but one that I've tested and I've used before is the Castle 360EX. It has anti-leak technology and it can cool 13900K easily. Yeah, cheapy. What's the cheapy? Oh yeah, that's right, the ID cooling. Apparently it's pretty good though. Different. Your matchup is different than my matchup, but yeah, yeah. Castle 360 EX by Deepcool. Sorry, not Deepcool. Gamerstorm. Gamerstorm. Castle 360 EX. Anti-leak technology. It's cheap. Well, at least when I got it, it's only 80 bucks Canadian. And like I said, it can cool a 13900K. Thermalright Frozen. I don't know much about that one. I mean, AIOs nowadays have gotten really good. Like they've gotten really good. They've gotten really, really good. $45 on Amazon. That's a pretty good buy. I mean, 45 US, but $45 is really good for an AIO for an all-in-one cooler. That's really good. I bought one with nanobots. That's right, nanobots, son. You have no feet? What? I mean, yeah, shopping from home is fine. Now you can get a lot of deals just shopping from home. The thermal right frozen note. Not sure how you want to pronounce that. People still go out and buy stuff. I know. I mean, for the deals that you can get nowadays is crazy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully you're doing all right. Just doing Gabby Goo. Yeah, grab myself some water here. What? What? Yeah. I mean, how are you supposed to understand that? A lot of people are using Thermalright now. It seems because Thermalright does make good stuff at an affordable price. That's all. That's why. Yeah, the price of the stuff will go up whether or not the company sells it cheaper or not. That's pretty good. I mean, you can't complain. You can't complain at about those temps. Nah, I mean, some companies just don't get a lot of reviews, right? And some companies get a lot of reviews because it's marketing. Or it's a lot of marketing involved. Like they'll just be fake reviews. Exactly. Every company seems to want to have their own software to run their things, and then all of a sudden you're getting different brands, or even let's say the same brand has a different software to run different components. You need to run all that with your CPU. I mean, that's absolutely wild. 12 pack for ARGB for $12. It's pretty good. I mean, I don't care about RGB at all, but for people that want RGB, that's pretty good. Yeah, different software per model. Absolutely wild that manufacturers do that. Wild. That's why this Gamer Storm literally works on like 8 or 9 different softwares for the RGB. Literally works on like 8 or 9 different softwares. So if you already have, ICU, it works on that. If you have the EVGA RGB as well, it already works for that. That's why I like that one as well, because you don't need software besides what you're already using on for it. Yeah, stuff used, yeah, is a lot better. Especially if you can find hydraulic bearings, or if you can afford it. I do recommend the Corsair magnetic levitating fans. They will literally last forever. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would stock up on them too, man. That's a really good buy. $12 for three of them is really good. Yeah, and that's again, I've been using this Castle 360 EX for years now. It can cool 1300K. I mean, I've been using it for years now. With the anti-leak technology, it just makes things even better because you don't have to worry. Let's say a seal starts going on to it. Well, guess what? With the anti-leak technology, it's not going to drip everywhere. It will warn you if it has a leak. Drink mix? I mean, thank you, sponsors. If you don't know, if you click the description below, you'll find WW. If you just click that link there for the W, it automatically applies the coupon code for OCPC, which is the coupon code. You get 10% off whatever you buy there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, Sego Tops had a lot of issues actually. Now supplements. I mean, I don't have supplement sponsor, unfortunately. And not even that. Did you not read about MSI's new warranty? If the MSI power supply goes and it burns, so if the MSI power supply goes and it burns out one of your hardware, it could be your GPU, motherboard, CPU, RAM, all that, it will replace your PC components. That's what they did with their warranty. If for some reason the power supply went, yeah, of course it would have to go under like an RMA to see what happens to the power supply. If it's, you know, user error or user issue, you're not gonna get the warranty. But if it's just the actual power supply just went, that you just one of the unlucky person that it actually happened to, you got warranty on your whole PC. Yeah, I like MSI power supplies. I like MSI certain gigabyte power supplies, certain gigabyte ones, because they are really over spec for the actual components they're using in it. So I like certain gigabyte MSI and EVGA, some Corsair ones, and Seasonic. Yeah, and that can happen to some people, right? That can happen to some people. It's just gonna happen. Yeah, Corsair is like Noctua, but cooler. I love my Corsair magnetic levitating fan. Yeah, it cost an arm and a leg. I mean, for one fan, it costs a lot. It will literally last forever. It's magnetic levitating. Last forever. Says very good. Their bronze is C class. Their entry level is B plus, and everything else is A. So priced accordingly. Yep. Did you check out Gigabyte? Again, some Gigabyte ones are not the greatest, but there are certain ones that I do like. I'll have to find the actual model numbers for them. But yeah, they're good. Like I went over the components. I'm like, dang, these are beefed out. And then I started reading what actual, like engineers actually said about them. They're like, yeah, these components are really beefy for like an 850 watt. It's way over beefed for it. Perfect. Means everything will run cooler. Yeah. Open Leon Lee 207, solid case, not perfect build quality, but good for 80 ship with fans and excellent thermals. Exactly. A 850 GL PCIe 5. Anyone know about these? Yeah, not bad. Yeah, I went over the specs of it. How many live streams ago was it that I went over that, Vep? It's good. Yeah, it has really good reviews. Yeah, I also went over like what people are saying about it. It's good. It's good. And like actual testing done on it. It's good. Yeah, it's about four days ago. It's very good. Yeah, it's very good there, Joe. Yep. For an 850 watt for that price, yeah. Give me 1 minute here. Psychotep does have terrible ratings. Until you read the negatives. And there's a lot. I mean, cable combs do make things look really nice. Sale price. You know, on Amazon, you should be able to get around $100. Yeah, probably would. Probably would. Good warranty on it. I waved to you. I think the only complaint you found on MSI was people saying yeah, smaller than average fan. Yeah. Since he told me it was on sale, normally 120. This was literally closing. I thought I could return it if it turned. Hey, man, it's good. Um, the response to how quickly it can take in the information that the CPU or GPU wants. So it depends on capacitor and components used for it. But it's not like it's slow by any means if it's has a worse transient response. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That won't be coming anytime soon. The 50 core, 2 core won't be coming anytime soon. That'll be for Nova Lake. Panther Lake will be the next one coming out, and that'll be for. Oh yeah, of course it has AMD in the Panic. Yeah. Again, these 7 GHz response or what these people are saying. I don't care how big of a YouTube channel they think they are or what people think they are. Moore's Law is dead. Has said a lot of things in the past for clicks and has been very wrong with his leaks. So these rumors that he heard, not from his AMD backside AMD people, these rumors that he's read and heard are literally just rumors. No one's actually confirmed it from AMD anywhere, and I've been looking for quite some time anywhere that they'll actually be doing 7 gigahertz. They're saying maybe 6.1 gigahertz. Maybe 6.1. 6 gigahertz is what they're really going to try to do, though. Exactly. Yeah, no, you can't complain about the fan size. Why would you complain about a fan? And that's the thing with the reviews on that. The reviews on that, they're saying no bad reviews. If you go on to like LTT with their like their hardcore testing that they did, no bad things to say of it as this time. And they've already done a like complete breakdown of the actual power supply testing and all that. There's no issues. You sound like my ex. That's their perfect size. Yep. Yeah, if you bother to read, there's a lot to read on power supply testing. A lot. Yeah, of course, AMD's gonna be independent, and again, Intel is not gonna be coming out with the Nova Lake anytime soon. They've postponed a bunch of stuff like the 18A and 18AP. AMD will not be doing the 32 core CPU at least anytime soon. Probably 2028 more or less for the 32 core CPU. They will be doing a 24 core CPU, 12 cores per CCD. Again, we're not sure about the desktop variant of whether or not it's going to be 12 core CCD per CCD or a single CCX. We're not sure yet. We're still not sure. And then everyone's saying, a lot of rumors are saying it's going to be a 2 nanometer. It'll be a 2 and 3 nanometer chip. It will not be a full 2 nanometer chip, most likely. There will be some portions of the chip made with 3 nanometer, and probably the cores themselves will be on a 2 nanometer. At least I would hope so. Just expected to have 12 cores per CCD and also higher boost clocks. That's about it with Zen 6, from at least everything that I've found. And my neighbors. Yeah, you just start learning about it. Actually, start reading onto it. Go onto the actual manufacturer's pages. Go onto reviews, known good reviewers. Go onto multiple of known good reviewers to see what they're both saying, and learn more. And then once you start doing that and you start buying the hardware, you can start doing the testing yourself if you know anything about it. 49 in power for 549. Thanks, Mr. Leather Jacket. I mean, it'd be really nice to see the NVIDIA CPU in the works for actual consumers, but I just don't see it happening very, very soon. I mean, there are some rumors and a leak about it, but 50 live. When I read that, I can literally hear Jensen in my head, like playing a video. Yep. On the screen. 4090 power for 599. Like, oh my god. That's the thing. They sold like so many units of 50 series cards. They sold like what? 10 times the amount of AMD cards? Why? Yeah, it's okay to own last year's stuff. I'm still on from 2021. I still got a 3070 Ti. I'm happy with it. The 5080 Super 24 gig is probably gonna be a 24 gig, yeah. Yeah, 5090 would be nice, but the prices of them right now are absolutely wild. Mac trash. 2060K, oh no. That's actually not a bad card. I mean, 6 gig is not the greatest. 2060 Super would be a bit nicer, but the EVGA card's nice. Should be able to get a decent price for a 4070 Super. What do you mean you didn't arrive at it? Alright, sounds good there, Daniel. Uh, would it be? Oh, well, it's that many 5090s, but hoping for more free money. I mean, yeah, everyone always expects more. Like 1,000 Canadian. So $730. Like they're selling for like the price they bought them for. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like that did mining. That's how they heated their house. They made money and heated their house that way. A summer computer and a winter computer. And 70 XT doesn't perform like a 4070 Super. In some cases, it does. I mean, yeah. Yeah. TLS4 has ruined me. It cost $5 million. Yeah, yep, Joe, yep, because PhysX 32-bit taken out of the 50 series cards. Yep. Wild, eh? Alright, so gonna talk a little bit more about this 7 gigahertz AMD. So AMD targets 7 gigahertz clock speeds with its Ryzen 6 with its Zen 6 Ryzen desktop processors. Uh there's no new information that this place is saying either. So and these people are quoting Moore's Law is dead. So according to a report from Moore's Law is dead, multiple sources within AMD has not confirmed anything. AMD has not confirmed anything. These multiple sources are coming just from Moore's Law is dead. So anything that is said in this is not a leak or going to come true. It's still a rumor. Okay, a rumor. To confirm, the company is targeting clock speeds of 7 gigahertz with its Ryzen 6 desktop Olympic Ridge CPUs. This represents a huge increase over today's Ryzen Zen 5 Ryzen 9000 series CPUs, which can achieve a boost clock up to 5.7 gigahertz. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I know, man. I read another place that's another really good forum page for this. Actually, I'll bring it up here in a second, and they literally said, "Is this true?" At the end of everything there's talk about, is this true? Well, you know, Moore's Law is dead has said a lot of gibberish in the past, so you can't take this for a grain of salt. But it would be really nice to see these things in the future. Ah, it's like, man, that's what I said. That's literally what I said. He's come out with a lot of these clickbait stuff before. He loves to say his his sources. His sources are like my sources. My sources are at least leaks, not rumors or just spill the tongue or whatever I want to say. And I don't say my sources, my AMD back of AMD workers are telling me this. I don't say that kind of stuff. He's been right about a lot. He's been wrong. He's been wrong more than he's been right. A lot more wrong than what he's been right about. A lot. It's just a bunch of gibberish. It's just wild, wild. So, currently the final clock speeds of AMD's Zen 6 CPUs are not known. Simply put, AMD needs to test its 7.6 silicon and determine how fast it can make its next generation retail product operate. AMD's Zen 6 Ryzen CPUs are due to launch next year. Now that Zen 6 silicon is coming out of TSMC's fab. Again, I do a lot of research on TSMC's fabs. If you don't know, if you're not joining my live streams and or watched any of my videos about it, I do a lot about TSMC, and I do know a bit more about TSMC than AMD for some things. But guess what? TSMC is the one that's manufacturing these things. AMD can test their silicon and see how it performs. The results of the testing will determine how fast AMD's Zen 6 will be. 7 gigahertz is AMD's target, but can they achieve it? No. You're talking to a well-known CPU enthusiast, overclocker, and a very, very good overclocker, like a top overclocker in Canada here. It's not going to happen. Right now, on AMD Zen 5 9000 series, on liquid nitrogen, they're able to hit 6.8 gigahertz. On liquid nitrogen, negative 197. How do you think you're going to do this at ambient temperatures? probably your Mac. You should probably throw it in the trash. Get a PC. You have to start using plexiglass again with these 7 gigahertz AMDs. And there's no absolute zero. The best we can get is negative 296-ish with liquid helium. My AMD sources called just now and told me that they're making their very own NVIDIA GPU. They said that since they can't beat them, they'll join them. It's supposed to be AMD Ryzen 5070 RV. Drive it. You can't go down the negative 460. We have nothing here on Earth that can do that. At least right now. Liquid helium's the coldest that we can get. So there's dry ice, negative 60-ish. And then you got, okay, well you got dry ice, and then you could do like a triple stage phase change machine. You technically can go down to like a negative 160. Then you got liquid nitrogen, and then you got liquid helium. Even you can't get the CPUs down that cold, but you could use that kind of temperature technically, and the CPU would be at a higher temperature than that, so the molecules will be moving around still. And it's an X3D GPU. You heard it here, people. And while I'm talking, I have to leak. Take a leak is what I meant. You weren't supposed to know about absolute zero. Oh. I'll erase that from my mind. So, Moore's Law stated that 7 gigahertz is kind of the middle of where they're trying to achieve. This means that AMD's Zen 6 silicon could overperform or underperform, even at lower end AMD estimates. Clock speeds well above 6 gigahertz are reportedly expected. 6 gigahertz, 6.05, 6.1, and I'm saying about maybe 6.2 at the high end. Okay, that's what I'm saying. 6.2 at the high end, if they can do that. All right. If AMD can boost their CPUs to 7 gigahertz, the next gen Ryzen CPUs will have a boost clocks that are 22.8% higher than their predecessors. That's a massive boost in single-threaded performance, and on other architectural benefits, AMD's Zen 6 CPUs could be increasingly fast compared to the Zen 5 counterparts. There's not much of a difference between Zen 5 and Zen 6. Just more cores, 12 core per CCD, or however they might do that. We're still not sure how they're doing it. Could be monolithic, it could be tile based. We don't know that yet. No word has came out on that. But expect 24 cores, and 24 cores, one, maybe 2 cores might hit a boost clock speed of 6.2 gigahertz. Might hit 6.2. I don't see it hitting 7 gigahertz anytime soon. I'm sorry to say, people. Again, right now on liquid nitrogen, they can get AMD up to 6.8 gigahertz. You'd have to have a hell of a CPU to work against something that was absolute zero. Yeah. I mean, do you against liquid nitrogen in that the CPUs are still hot. Well, they still warm up. It's not like they go down to negative 197. It's very hard to get. It would be take a long time to get them that cold, and whether or not they even handle that temperature, good luck. 14 gigahertz, 7 gigahertz would be middle. That's the thing. That's what they're saying. Middle. It's could be higher. It could be lower. I mean, it could be a lot lower. It can't be higher. I'm sorry. I'm thinking there's creators on the move that would be good for AI servers because they're negative 300 below. Perfect. It's more what Temps Planets had. Negative like 297-ish. I think it's the closest we can go. I'm going to start a new channel. Crystal Balls PC. Isn't one of them mainly ice? Isn't there a few that are mainly ice? Leads around there 200 on the dark side of the moon, but much colder in those really deep craters on the dark side. Bend over and show me your dark side. I need to do some overclocking. This might be doable, Bourne. Oh, yeah. Bourne. James Bourne. Bourne. We're going cold, Bourne. Bourne, he's gone cold. Dark side overclocker, yeah. No voltages near the chilly ring, boy. Yeah. Bend over low, that is just wrong. We gotta get you spitted for a spacesuit. You got that right. I'm a medium. At some places I'm a large. There you go. You got my size. Let's go. So, two factors are behind AMD's rumored Zen 6 CPU clock speeds. These factors are lithographic and design. AMD is reportedly using TSMC's N2X node to create some of its high performance Zen 6 CPUs. Desktop only though. Today's Zen 5 CPUs are being built using TSMC's N4 node, 4 nanometer. AMD's moving on from TSMC's N4 node, skipping their N3 node. They're going to be using 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer for this. It's not like it's just going to be strict 2 nanometer. And then they're also their laptop versions will be 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer, depending on the base, whatever one you're getting. And using performance optimized version of their 2N node, N2X, instead of N2-N2P. Note that this gives AMD Zen 6 one of the largest node jumps in AMD's history. Good for them. AMD uses, good for them. AMD uses leapfrogging design teams to create its Zen 6 CPUs. As such, Zen 6 will be built by AMD's Zen 4 design team. Note that AMD's Zen 4 CPUs feature much higher clock speeds than their Zen 3 counterparts. That expertise is being applied to Zen 6 through higher clock speeds. AMD hopes to achieve higher clock levels of single-threaded and multi-threaded performance. With Zen 6, AMD wants to deliver fast cores, not just more cores. So if this report is true, again, it's a rumor, Zen 6 will be an exciting launch for AMD. Higher clock speeds will allow AMD to achieve higher performance levels in all workloads. That's good news for gamers, creators, and workstation users. It would be, because gamers, with the 3D V-cache, perfect. Creators, more cores. Workstation, more cores. More cores, single-threaded performance as well, depending on what you're actually doing. Is this me or does Moore's Law sound like he has some sugar in the tank? I wonder if he keeps getting those leaks. How he keeps getting those leaks? Yeah. They're not leaks. I literally came out, I even searched it before when his stuff came out. I just didn't talk about it a whole lot, or even talk about it, because it's a rumor. There's no actual facts on this. AMD did not come out and say anything about this. And AMD workers are under strict, wholly strict NDNA. All right? NDNA close, like they are under strict contracts that if you are to say anything or caught saying anything, you can be put in jail. Fired is one little thing, but literally jail. They don't have a good record. Yeah, I agree. You can flip a coin and get things right. Yeah, enough time to be a YouTuber. Not talking about US. I've been right a lot more than 50%. A lot more. I'm around 90%. Have been right about 90%. I've been extremely accurate on my GPU prices. I've been extremely accurate on my CPU prices. I've been extremely, extremely accurate. Like, nailing the prices. Literally nailing the prices. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I literally have been. You can go back all the way since I started. Literally nailing the prices, nailing the performances. Again, I can nail these performances because I talk to the people that actually get them first. the top overclockers in the world get them first, and I talk to them about it, and they let me know the performance. That's why I told people to stay away from Cam2 RAM, because it's not very good. It's very hot. It does not perform the way it should. It's been through rigorous testing, and it was confirmed by many overclockers. It's crap. Not for overclockability either. The overclockability is but just general use, it was absolute trash. That's why I literally said, when it first came out, I let people know my thoughts onto it. Then later on, when it was being used by actually people that had hands on, before anyone even knew about it, still, I had the word onto it. I let people know Cam2 RAM is something you really don't want to worry about right now. Wait until it gets more finalized. And guess what? In CES 2024, it came out. Gigabyte was doing some stuff with it. Also, MSI was doing some boards with it. And guess what? During those testings of just at 8,000 megatransfers per second, and that's just the small speeds that was supposed to hit, it was crashing during the actual CES. I mean, crashing. The computer was crashing at a demonstration. Okay? So, just saying. A lot of things I've had said over the past have been true. Doesn't get any more true than that. Yeah, very true, Etherborn. Those engineers get a $100,000 a year allowance for housing and food on top of the $250,000 pay. They are not going to risk that by talking about it. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Moore's Law is dead too? No, definitely not. Definitely not, because I'm not going to say my sources are from AMD. My sources are from NVIDIA. My sources are from Intel. My sources are from this and that. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to show you the pages that I'm literally getting it from. I can't talk about the overclockers because, again, that's kind of confidential. The team is kind of confidential. I'm in the confidential spots there. I see overclockings that are done on CPUs that a lot of people don't even get to see as well until they come out. And I see the actual scores that they're going to achieve while overclocked, not general use, but more or less overclocked. And that's why I'll let people know about performance and looking towards certain CPUs as well, and even GPUs and motherboards and RAM kits. Actually, I should talk to them about. So they're talking about taking the controller off of RAM, DDR5 RAM, off of the CU DIMM and put it on regular sticks of DDR5 instead of it being CU DIMM, because the controller is different than the controller on regular RAM. So they're wanting to see if they can take a controller, because it's technically better controller, and actually put it onto regular sticks. Or vice versa, take the RAM chips off of DDR5 and put it on CU DIMM, see if it's actually better. And I'm not sure if they've actually finalized it or not, but they're really talking about doing it. See if they get some world records. Sounds like a video game. My life is a video game. There's like 99% chance that we do live in a video game, I guess. I really suck at this video game. Control, Alt, Delete. And scroll down, shut down. Wait, restart. My CPU is number one on the overclock charts now? I don't know about that. My 14 gigahertz AMD Tesla Ryzen. That'd be amazing to achieve. Yeah, the fastest we were able to get is 9.1 gigahertz on a 14900 KF. 9.1 on liquid helium. Some call it Terra Ryzen. I'm gonna terraform you. Yep, gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. My 4070 Ti Super Asus Prime was the best one ever made in the whole ever time. I bought 5090 to play SimAmp from 1991. That sounds very demanding. That sounds very, very demanding, man. I should get a 5090 to play Sims. I built an ITX with a 5090 to warm my feet. I wish I had that kind of money. My feet's cold. Better turn on my 5090. Fix. Swisha. Halabody. Sabalalas. Ding-dong-da. Ooh. Again, I told people, like, you could save your money for a Zen 6. It'd be great to have, but don't expect it to be some of these things that they're saying. That some people are saying. They're going to be good. They're not going to hit 7 gigahertz, though. They will not be hitting 7 gigahertz. Gonna look awesome in Ultra HDR 8K. Got that right. I don't know how they're saying 2 nanometer won't be as cheap. The smaller it goes, the cheaper it's supposed to be. They're saying it's going to be more expensive. So the CPUs that we have now for AMD, remember, the CPUs that they are now, the MSRP prices of them, they're going to be more expensive for Zen 6. Because they're saying 2 nanometer is supposed to be more expensive. Yet, it's not supposed to be more expensive. It's supposed to cut costs going to a lower transistor. Or smaller nanometer. That's wild. I mean, those wraparound monitors are expensive. Expensive, man. I don't know if I can even get used to one of wraparound monitors. I like my flat panels. I like my flat panels. Okay, even from like AMD's website, they're not specifying any kind of frequency whatsoever, and everything I've talked about seems to be true. They are working on a 32 core, but that will be for like Zen 7. So everything I've said is true, and they've literally not. They're not, and this is like brand new, just came out what they're saying, and they didn't say anything about speeds at all. And this is on AMD's. Wild. Two things on my list: either 7000 XVD, 9590 XVD, then either 58 Super. I mean, the 9590. It's a monster. If you pair it with an X870E board, oh, like if you can get a crosshair, if you can afford a crosshair, holy moly, man. That ain't what they told Moore's Law, yeah. You get a wraparound monitor for AIO too. They have them. They freaking have them. So in hey, hi, hi. I like to speak gibberish. Shalawi, shalabash. I wear maidens can. Yeah, yeah. They actually have the wraparound OLED AIOs. What brand is it that does it? Ting tang walla walla bing bang. uh, yep. Yep. Hey ha hey ha. Honestly, I want one. Add 2 more screens inside the case, and well, the 15 RGB fans and a miniature sound system, all in your PC. Wild. Have a good night there, Frame. Peace. Sawin Balabas. AMD targets insane clock speeds. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've already gone through all that. Try to figure that one page. Can't find it. I can't find it. Sawin Balabas. Oh. Probably. I just do mine on the go. Do mine on the go. That would crush the Sims game. There'll be no Sims game frames left behind. Oh. Oh. No frames left behind. You can play every sim game there is on that system. Sounds like the ultimate system for Sims. Only Sims. Yeah. Simon, you know somebody doing that. Probably. Simultaneous and 8K. Using it to comment on Reddit. Uh, yeah, it looks like Cyber. Are you playing Cyberpunk? No, I'm playing Sims 7. Actually, how far is Sims gone? I gotta look that up. How far is Sims gone? I don't know. I don't think Sims has gotten as far as I thought it should have. I don't know. It doesn't look as good as what I thought. Yeah, it's not great. Not not that great. Oh, give me a second here. Load. Load now. Right? Doesn't want to load that. Right? Just give me a sec. Okay. Nope. Watch that. I don't know. I don't think I can use that one. It doesn't look great. No, it does not look great. Trying to find a picture that I can actually use. Hey, I found one. There you go. I'll put this up here in a sec. Oh, wrong one. There's a picture. There it is. Does that look like like it's gone as far as it should have? I mean, I thought Sims would have been a lot better by now. Oh, just imagine it with the 5090 though. Yeah, full ray trace spec on. That's a path trace. 8K would make this look so much better. Yeah, 8K would make that look so much better, man. That's brutal. Make it like Grand Theft Auto. It definitely doesn't look as good as what I thought it would be. There's a lot of people played Sims over the years. Like, they probably made some good money, right? Like you would expect. Sims Grand Theft Auto Edition. They didn't come out with a game and just call it hookers. I mean, they probably do. They probably already have that. I'm not searching it up though, because I use my PC a lot. Uh, and show me what I type. I can put P in my computer and it doesn't come up with corn. You know, like a fishing game. I'm pretty sure they have a game like that. I love those old fishing games with the fishing rod, man. Oh man, they were so fun. Every time you reel in and then hear the cranking and you hear the cranking, it's like, oh, I better slow down. Oh, stop reeling. Cranking and it starts making that weird creaking noise. Like, oh god. That's 7 gigahertz, so I can get ads twice as fast. How's it going, Art? They love those and the hunting games too. Yeah, me too. They were fun. They were fun. I really like the fishing games. I like fishing. They're just really fun. They're just fun, man. They're fun. All right? Come on. Leave me alone. Salimbala. Alisamamos. Oh, thank you, YouTube. Commercials. Ready for more hibernation, he says. Red wallet for her pleasure. You got a lot of ads for Metamucil? What? You get a lot of ads for Metamucil. That's brutal. Well then. Easier just to eat Taco Bell? Wait, is Metamucil in your sponsor now too? No! Just Dubby. Just Dubby's my sponsor. Through affiliate link. You must be old. Is it easier just to eat Taco Bell? Boom! I would think so. Oh, man. I would think so. Kind of want to make a coffee. Oh. Just rip the bag more. No. Make you a chalky milk? Oh no. Oh, I ripped the bag and I just spilled sugar everywhere. No. I'm melting. Brutal, man. How's it going, Duck? Hope you get some strangers. I'm going to share your live in this stream. Let's go. Did you say chocolate milk? I want some chocolate milk. And I gotta go grab some cream. I'll be right back. Sally. Oh, welcome to the channel. Thank you, Duck. Cream to go over the top. Banana split chocolate sun Saturday. Yeah, just make myself a coffee. Watch out for the chocolate split on Tuesdays. Wow, man. Wow. Oh yeah. I've got my coffee now. We need a towel for that. He says you need a towel for that. Oh man. That's, that's rough, man. That's rough. Um, um, I'm thinking, and I need more processing power. I need to upgrade from the Intel 4004, and I need to upgrade to a 9590 X3D. I really want the chocolate shake right now. Is that messed up? Clean up an aisle too. Oh, that's good coffee though. Oh my god. Oh my god, I outdid myself. I outdid myself with this coffee. It's like a wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Sabim blah, salawas. Hee ha, hee ha. Yeah, what I'm wondering. All right, sounds good, man. No, he has to tell us. He has to tell us. It's because I'm gone does not mean stop chatting. You're big boys now. Put up those pants and talk to each other. You may be inbreds, but you're not introverts. uh, I put my pants down to talk. Uh, isn't that the polite way to do it? I thought that was polite. I thought that was being raised with good manners. Those are different things. Go have your shower, man. Go have your shower. Leave me be. I don't want to talk to people. All I know how to do is scream and tell them that they're wrong. You ain't right. I'll show you right. Whips down pants. Oh man, that's good. That's good. It's good. It's good. That coffee is good though. Damn. Damn, that's good coffee. Hey, shwimbity, bolamity, shibalosh. Won't be seeing me jumping in a shower. Nah, I lick myself clean. Oh man. I am looking for some news that is equivalent to this AMD topic, but I can't find anything that's actually good. Oh, really? Yeah, I just put water through mine, so I don't really have to worry about cleaning it. Yeah, so TSMC will be manufacturing a bunch of Intel CPU chips as well. Not just AMD, NVIDIA, but also Intel chips like Nova Lake. But beyond that, if TSMC does not update their process node to something smaller, like what Intel wants to work on, the 1.4 nanometer transistor, in could be working on here soon, then they probably will not be using TSMC for manufacturing their chips anymore. How's it going, Aaron? Charlie, is that you? Doing good, man. Just made really good coffee. Looking for other PC news. Other than that, we're just chatting away, acting like a bunch of toddlers. But I mean, other than that, it's going pretty good. Going pretty good. And I had to let people know about this 7 gigahertz AMD CPU. More or less the Zen 6. It's probably not going to happen. Like, I'm not sure where these people are getting their leaks. It's not going to happen. Right now we've talked about the 7 gigahertz AMD Zen 6, but it's probably not going to happen. Just from what I know about CPUs, what I know about AMD, and how even AMD through various spots have not talked about 7 gigahertz at all. Nah, not that frequency. Let's say right now, Zen 5, we're able to get it up to 6.8 gigahertz on liquid nitrogen, 6.8 on liquid nitrogen. Do you think that AMD's gonna be able to hit 7 gigahertz on ambient? Nah, 2 nanometer. And then some processes, some portions of it will probably be 3 nanometer, but it'll be based on the 2 nanometer and N2X. The only one that's working on the 1.4 nanometer right now is Intel. Which, let's just say Intel already has 1.8 nanometer transistors, and they have not said any kind of frequency like that. And they redesigned the power delivery, they redesigned the cores, they redesigned layout. Like they did so much more advancement than what AMD's doing with their Zen 6 versus their Zen 5, and yet they are not claiming any numbers like that. No numbers above like 6 gigahertz. There's no kind of claims like that, right? Yeah. And that's like what they're calling the middle ground. So it could be higher, it could be lower. I'm saying at max, like 6.2 gigahertz on a single core. Max 6.2 on a single core. That's that's still good. Still really good. But again, their all core workload, which would probably be what it is, would probably be like 5.6 maybe. Nah, it's without PBO. PBO is just a voltage tune on it basically, like a voltage curve. Like PBO isn't as what people really think of it as. Can give you a little bit more frequency, as long as you have the cooling for it, though. You gotta have to have the cooling for it because it will put more heat into it, and it'll adjust itself accordingly to your actual cooler. So PBO is good, but PBO is also not good. For hardcore overclocking, most people don't use PBO. They disable that crap. Correct. Yeah. Oh, Intel's got some insane talents. That's why Intel's been cutting a whole bunch of people because they don't make sense to be in part of the company because they're not contributing to advancements. They're not contributing to anything that's really worth it. Like a lot of marketing, a lot of Intel's marketing teams and head marketing, like part of the head marketing, are cut out because of what they did, and what they have not been doing. Like there are things that a lot of people don't know, and I won't talk a whole lot about it because it makes Intel look kind of bad too. And it's not bad that Intel's doing this. You gotta look at it as a business, as they have tens of thousands of workers all around the world. You have to look at it this way: that if the company's not making money and that person's not making the company money and not benefiting the company, what's the point of having them? It's kind of like a small company, but getting, paying $25 for a worker and then paying $25 for a laborer. I'm sorry, that worker that has way more knowledge, that does laboring intensive tasks as well as doing the job and making it actually have profitable outcome at the end, while the laborer only knows how to pick up stuff or move stuff around. Then what's the sense of paying that laborer $25? No, you can pay that laborer less, or you don't even need that laborer. You could just pay the actual worker that knows what he's doing a little bit more, so that way he does that, and you can just put on another good worker for the same amount, so that we can get the job done better. It would help a lot. Yeah, it would help a lot. Yeah. That's why, again, I'm in the top overclocking team in the world. I get hands-on experience with them overclocking RAM, CPUs, GPUs, motherboards, and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, I get that kind of hands-on. When, like, Intel came out with their Core Ultra 200 and their RAM overclockability with all the records that's on it, literally, all the records are on the Core Ultras. It's insane. All the records are on the Core Ultra for RAM frequency. Performance-wise, they even told me the performance isn't there for gaming. For everything else, it's amazing. If you know how to overclock it and have some decent cooling, it's amazing. I mean, I wish I had the money at the time so I could buy a good board and a 285K, so that way I can get some RAM overclocking done too. But they're getting like almost 12,000 megatransfers per second on air. On air. Exactly. No need to hype up or blow smoke. Just give them actual details of the actual product and give them the actual performance without any smoke. Don't even need to hype it up. Just show them the performance. Boom. Easy. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't realize AMD's really good at marketing, as in backside marketing, like going into forums and saying good stuff about AMD, or correcting people that say stuff about AMD that isn't right, even though it is, and pricing accordingly. And since Intel CPUs and GPUs, actually the Intel GPUs were priced pretty good for the performance, they need to do that. They need to keep that with the CPUs with the next launch. Now, the next launch technically is going to be the Panther Lake, right? It'll be the Panther Lake for mobiles, which is still really good. But if they can launch Nova Lake, again, up to 52 cores, if they can launch Nova Lake, which is 1.8 nanometer transistor, if they can launch that, and again, you don't need to hype it up. You don't need to do all this stuff for it. Just launch it and just give a few, give the reviewers their samples for it, so that way they can do the review, and just make sure that the way they're getting their samples and that they're happy with their samples, not give them hand picked or anything like that. Just give them the samples way before what they needed, so that way they can do the test correctly. All right, so they can correctly give them the test. Make sure you have the drivers and driver support for the games implemented before it even hits the reviewers, so that way these performances are actually accurate, not just, it performs close to the 9950, the 9800X. It beats the 9800X, but then when they get it, it crushes the 9800X. That would be awesome to see too, though. But to price it accordingly would be also hard to do as well. Again, AMD is saying with their 2 nanometer, even though the smaller the node, technically it's supposed to make it cheaper for the end users. Technically, price to performance is supposed to go up. The AMD is saying with their next node, with the Zen 6, it's going to cost a lot more. Yeah, 9950X 3D performance for $199. Yeah. I wear a leather jacket while saying it. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. Intel's gonna have their X3D, a variant of X3D. And after that, AMD and Intel will be so close to each other that they'll be fighting. AMD will be really fighting, but Intel and AMD will be fighting for the lead, basically. Because gaming will be, a toss-up between Intel or AMD. And since Intel's already technically the lead for multitask and single-threaded applications right now, if Intel can keep that as well, dang. AMD has to run for their money. That's why they're really trying to say, 7 gigahertz or, really high clock rates. Hopefully they can achieve it, because that would actually really, really make a good performance increase just with higher core clocks. But is that going to happen? I highly doubt it, man. Yep. Yeah. And that's what they're working on. They're working on their X3D variant. And then with the Nova Lake with up to 52 cores as well. I mean, 52 cores on a consumer CPU. 52 cores. Completely redone, too. They got completely redone. As in, the P cores and E cores now have L2 cache. Not just the P cores. That just increases the amount of L2 cache. And if they can keep, technically, Intel has always had technically a little bit more cache, except for the X3D, like the 3D variant. Intel has more cache technically, but if they can get the X3D variant to have lots of cache as well for that L4 cache, like what they used to have in an old Intel CPU, then yeah, that'd be amazing. What should they do? What should they do? It's taking a while there, Joe. It's taking a while. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. My bad. You're supposed to be writing out what you think they should do. I already said what they should do with their next CPU lineup, and they're already doing it. They already redone the architecture, restructured it. They gave the P core and E cores L2 cache on the Panther Lake, which is again for mobile. So mobile performance is gonna be insane. People like Intel's chips, and manufacturers like Intel's chips in actual laptops and mobiles, because it's really efficient. It's lower powered at idle, and it technically runs a little bit cooler for most applications. And now the Core Ultra 245HX outbeats the desktop version by a little bit. Not technically a whole lot, but outbeats it. It's insane. Say my name, say my name. My name is. Give me 1 minute here. They already have secondary processor slot. That's why they have. It's just they would have to do it like what they got in the Xeons, right? Need a 5090 Ti Ultra in cell phone. Perfect. I know what I'm getting. I mean, they technically do have dual CPUs. They have quad. They can get quad. It's just they cost a lot of money. I mean, seeing like that kind of frequency in the CPU for an overclock would be amazing. We're at 9.1 right now. Yeah, dual mem controller. Yep. That is part of real news. That is a known leak. Is the dual mem controller. Yes, which will be really good for AMD. Yeah, nice. Octomem. Well, I mean, maybe they could do something like that, but it'd only be utilized by certain people. Not like everyone's got the money to buy that kind of RAM. That amount, right? Yeah, so the dual mem controller is basically so that way the RAM that you put into it can split the RAM and then put to a single mem controller at a time, right? So that way it can be the mem controller doesn't get overwhelmed, get higher frequencies out of your kits. So if they can make it so that way, again, it'll be some motherboards. That way, some motherboards can handle the CU dim. In theory, if they make it so that way you can use CU dim, you can see up the speeds up to 9600 megatransfers per second on AMD. Yeah, why stop at 5K? I mean, they got a $10,000 GPU, the RTX Pro 6000. Yeah, yeah, basically, yeah. Everyone has money. But again, also got AMD with their, and I mean anyone can buy it. It's just a $15,000 CPU, about a $5,000 motherboard. Well, you can get them for about $3,500, $4,000, and then you gotta buy all the RAM for it, which can cost you anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000. So I mean, if you have around $25,000 laying around, you can get a really good AMD setup that technically you can game on. Wouldn't be the same, but oh, thank you very much, Joe. Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, I'm hoping. It'd be nice. If I can't like it, I can heart it. And you have to sub 500 a month for driver support, which will expire in half a year. Wild. Ugh. Thank you, Joe. Yep, apparently everyone has the money. According to NVIDIA. You still get ads for the new GPU, which you'll need since it worked on Windows 11 SP1. I mean, I'm glad they're not forcing Windows 12. They're delaying it a year, which is kind of nice. But Windows 11 isn't terrible. I mean, it could be worse. They're selling the 15K to AI. Why they don't want to sell as much? No, you can buy the $10,000 RTX Pro 6000. Anybody can. It's not just for AI, it's for workstations as well, but it's projected for LLMs and AI for people that need that kind of VRAM. It does perform better than a 5090 too. Has more VRAM. Has more cores. It's just you can't afford. Normal people can't afford that. You'd rather buy a car, a down payment for a house. Not a huge down payment, but a down payment for a house instead of buying a GPU. That is a workstation AI card technically. I mean, you can get the H100s, but they'll cost you about $25,000. Yeah, AI dedicated technically card like an H100. Yeah, you'll own nothing. Watch ads all day. Welcome to my channel. Yep, you can. There's some really expensive GPUs out there, especially dedicated for AI. Or you can flush the toilet. Hold on. There's actually a spot. Server cards, yes. That's silicon to the gamers when you can sell it to AI. Yeah, exactly. That's why Nvidia cut production of their 50 series cards down almost 50% cut. Like they stopped 50% of their production on 50 series cards and started working on AI cards because guess what? They make more money. They make more money off of their AI cards and for servers. So give me a second. I'm gonna pull up this information for country that's buying a whole lot of. I think they're H20 cards. It could be the H100s, but I'm pretty sure it's the H20 cards for a massive AI. Just gotta find it here. A massive AI setup. I think it's China, to be honest. Yep, it's China. Give me a sec here, I'll set this up. So with the increase in cores on AMD, but sticking with 4 nanometer, the chip's gonna get larger. They're gonna be going to 2 nanometer. 2 nanometer. So the desktop variant is gonna be using N2X, which is 2 nanometer. There'll be some portions probably that are 3 nanometer. And then on their laptop or mobile chips, they'll be 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer. Okay, so it will be smaller than 4 nanometer. Just give me a sec here. I'm just trying to set up property. Well, blam. Move. No, the chips are technically gonna get smaller, just more in them. The chips might be around the same size, but there's gonna be more in it, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Because even though you're going to a smaller transistor, it doesn't actually correlate to the size of the die. And the Zen 6 will be what they're confirming is on AM5, so you don't have to switch platforms. So rumored that they're saying is that it's gonna have way more cache. It's not probably gonna have more cache. It's gonna have the exact same, up to 144 megabytes of Vcache. Cache itself, like L3 cache, yes, it will have a little bit more L3 cache. So with CCDs, it's different. So on the mobile chips, the CCDs are probably going to be, the same thing that we already have on Zen 5, the exact size, CCD1, CCD2 on CCD. On the desktop, they're not sure. They're saying it's probably going to be CCX or a single monolithic chip, and or could be the same thing as in they haven't confirmed it. There's no confirmation on this. This is why I'm trying to relay correct information to people, because there's no confirmation on this yet. But for the desktop variant, like the Zen 6 Olympic Ridge, they're saying it's going to be CCX, which is different than the CCD. Okay, it's different than the CCD. It could be one chip that has 24 cores, or what they might be also saying is that it might be CCD, CCD1, CCD2. Each of them have 12 cores each. One of the cores, one of those chips will have the X3D V cache. I'm hoping that makes a little sense to you. It's just not confirmed yet. Once it's confirmed, I get a confirmation on this, I'll let you know, of course. How many pins? The pins correlate to somewhat what the actual LGA socket is. So 1851 pins. With AMD, it's theirs. Yes and no. I hate bashing people, but he and other, not just small news reporters, like news forums, like big news, big companies have also said that he speaks a lot of gibberish. He likes to do a lot of clickbait, okay? He's been wrong a lot, but he's been right a lot before everyone else as well. Okay? Now, he's not a 100% accurate source, and you need to have some sort of information on what he's talking about to even understand what he's talking about. It's why I try to rely the correct information. It's why I have not been talking about this AMD hitting the 7 gigahertz mark, because it's not a correct leak. It's a rumored, it's a spew of the mouth from just random people, but he's trying to say it's from his people that are in the backwoods of AMD. AMD has not confirmed any of the things that he has said, except for 24 core CPU, and down the line with like Zen 7 up to a 32 core CPU. Not Zen 6, Zen 7 will be 32 cores. Zen 6 will probably be just a max of 24 cores, 12 core per CCD, or 24 core on one CCX. And the desktop variant will be N2X, and the mobiles will be N2D or other variants like that. N2P. N2P and N3P, which will be 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer, respectively. Now, the desktop variant might not be a full 2 nanometer, okay? Now, let's say they do tile-based. Certain tiles could be made so tile-based, which is the CPU is made up of chiplets, so tile-based chiplet design. Call them tiles as well. The chiplet designs could be portions of the actual CPU architecture is designed by itself. So certain portions of the CPU could be 2 nanometer, and certain portions of the CPU can be 3 nanometer, and the CCD could be a little bit different as well. It could just be 3 nanometer, but certain portions of the CPU could be 2 nanometer. It's not confirmed whether or not the whole die itself will be actually 2 nanometer. It's just they're going to be using 2 nanometer on it. No, not 33 cores. 32 cores. Yeah, that 33 cores would be a weird number of cores. It'll be 32. And that was confirmed by AMD, but not for Zen 6. And the rumors, is why I keep saying rumors, we're saying 32 cores on Zen 6. It's not. It was cut out. It was not even a real thing. It was not a confirmed thing. That's why I said it could be a possibility of 32 cores, but don't get your hopes up. And then quite recently, within the past 4 or 5 days now, they said outright, no, it's not going to have 32 cores. It will be on Zen 7. Most likely. Again, that's way down the road, like 2028. But at least Zen 6 will be on the same platforms as Zen 5. AM5. It'll still be on AM5 platform. It's kind of like everything else, garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, so it depends on the source that are providing info, exactly. And if you go back, you can go back all the way to when I started about this. I got a lot of hate from the stuff that I was talking about due to the fact I was giving correct information. A lot of people did not like what I was saying because I was giving correct information. Like, I was literally giving correct information from the sources before anybody else. And I was getting so much hate. I was getting a lot of views, but I was getting a lot of hate from people. You can go back to my old live streams, old videos, and you'll see that I have been correct a lot. A lot. I think I've been wrong a total of once, and partially on one topic a little bit. I've been right a lot, though. Because I don't spew nonsense. I'm not here for clicks. I'm here to give information, reliable information. I'm extremely good at overclocking on old hardware, new hardware, AMD, Intel, NVIDIA, it does not matter. Motherboards, GPUs, CPUs, and anything else that works for PC hardware. I do overclocking on, and I have to learn all about it. I have to learn about the architecture. I have to learn about the voltages. I have to learn about the temperatures. I have to learn about everything about it, because I would do power limit mods. I do voltage mods. I do everything that I can to get the most out of these PC hardware. So I don't just spew nonsense. I like to give correct information. So we're gonna go over this now. We're over this. I might zoom myself in here. Zoom. Gotta open this up though. I'm gonna zoom. Zoomy zoom. Give me a second. I gotta zoom. Hey, let me do it. Alright, there we go. Think that's big enough. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of this, and a little bit of that, and a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. There we go. So, China plans 39 AI data centers with 115,000 restricted NVIDIA Hopper GPUs. Move raises alarm over sourcing effectiveness of bans. That's a lot of power. So, Chinese companies are preparing to equip 39 new AI data centers, mostly in Xinhai and Qinghai. Over 115,000 high-performance NVIDIA Hopper GPUs were shipments to China are restricted by the U.S. export rules. Restrictions on shipments of NVIDIA's H100 and H200 GPUs to China did not stop local authorities in Xinhai and Qinghai over authorizing the construction of rather huge data centers, reports Bloomberg. Furthermore, even slowing demand for AI compute performance does not seem to slow down data center building in China. AMD should do a rebrand, change the Ryzen naming scheme. I feel like it could boost their sales. I mean, yeah, they technically could by now. For Zen 6, they could. We're not even sure whether or not they're going to be changing the name, because like that the 9,000, are they going to do the 10,000? Probably not. It's probably going to be a different name altogether. Yeah, it should be, Joe. You're right. It should be. So, a massive cluster, 70% of the processing capacity enabled by around 80,500 NVIDIA's H100 and H200 GPUs is expected to be concentrated in a single state-owned data center located in Heiyu country. Xinhai, and the remaining 30% will be spread across at least a few dozen additional data centers. Projects 38 to be exact, largely in Xinhai over Yiwu. Can somebody help me with that? YIWU. I'm not sure how to pronounce that at all. And in Qinghai province. One of the larger projects is run by Nyocore, which plans to install 625 H100 DGX servers. Again, that's some pretty high-end stuff. Around 5,000 H100 accelerators in multiple phases. Starting with the first phase involving 250 8-way machines, 2,000 H100 GPUs. Again, those are like $25,000 GPUs. These plans are based on official investment documents, tenders, and filings reviewed by Bloomberg. To put the number of Hopper GPUs, 115,000 in total. Hopper GPUs are like, you can link up so many of these GPUs all together. It's what these Hopper GPUs are. 115,000 in total and 80,500 for the data center. Yiwu. Country. Xinjiang. Xinjiang. I'm not. I don't know much about these names, these countries, or in that. So, people, if you want to correct me, please correct me. Into context, it took Elon Musk's XAI around 100,000 of H100 processors to train the Grok 3 AI model. And we went over the Grok 3 AI model. Yeah, not so great. They shouldn't have implemented it into X or anything like that. They technically were. They were. They technically were. Somehow they got them. Agreed. Which is one of the most advanced models currently available. DeepSeek trained its R1 model, and DeepSeek is literally getting banned everywhere. And yeah, it's for a reason, because China was stealing people's information with it. Trained its R1 model using a GPU cluster of 50,000 NVIDIA Hopper GPUs, which included 30,000 H20 HGX units, 10,000 H800s, and 10,000 H100s. It is unknown what DeepSeek uses to train its R2 model. Wild. Since Chinese companies are state-controlled entities, they tend not to disclose specifications or performance of their AI clusters, making it difficult to tell how the data center with 80,500 GPUs stacks up against China's existing AI clusters. Nonetheless, if it comes to fruition, we might be dealing with one of the most powerful AI data centers in the People's Republic. So a cluster featuring around 80,000 Hopper H100 and H200 GPUs significantly strengthens China's AI infrastructure in general. Furthermore, it can be used to train advanced large language models, LLMs, and large reasoning models, LRMs. No, they don't. And seriously, the DeepSeek is being banned everywhere due to the fact that DeepSeek, so DeepSeek here, I outlined it. DeepSeek, if you don't know about DeepSeek, Seek came out in 2023, and yeah, after ChatGPT basically, and yeah, since then it's been gathering people's information. And they found that out, and it's literally being banned around the world due to the fact it's stealing people's information and giving the information to the Chinese government. All right. According to the Chinese government, statements cited by Bloomberg, Xinjiang has already built a data center that provides 24,000 petaflops of processing power. That's a lot. Which is said to be equivalent to around 12,000 NVIDIA H100s available to other cities like Chongqing? Yeah. Like Chongqing. To attract investors, local officials also offer a 20% discount on electricity, along with financial and housing incentives for experts in AI and green technologies. It is. It is. 24,000 petaflops. So, tens of thousands of Hopper GPUs for China. Bloomberg estimates that completing all 39 projects as envisioned would require the procurement of more than 14,000 servers using either H100 or H200 processors. Okay, H100 GPUs, H200 processors, worth billions of dollars on China's black market. While H100 and H200s are GPUs, but they are a little bit different in comparison. H100s are way more expensive. I do believe they also do variants of the H100 that have way more VRAM too. so worth billions of dollars on China's black market. While operations of data centers in Xinjiang and Qinghai or their customers could probably use H20 HGX processors for their workloads, they clearly indicated in their permit documents to authorities what they plan to use, suggesting that they need high performance of H100 and high memory capacity of H200 for the projects. Okay, so the H200, I have to go back and check because they do have different variants of the H100. So maybe the H200 does have a higher memory capacity after their update. I'm not sure. I haven't checked after the update and all that. So maybe they are using updated H200 with a high memory capacity. 96 gigabyte of VRAM minimum. This should be illegal? Yeah. Depending on exact metrics, H100 can be 3.3 to 6.69 times fast, 69 noise times faster than cut down H20 with AI data formats, and 1.52 to 64 times faster with HPC data formats. That said, even with linear performance scaling, which is not how things work when clustering AI compute hardware, one would need 380,000 to 770,000 H20s to substitute 115,000 H100s. You're going to have to upgrade and upgrade and upgrade and hope you have enough power around your city to upgrade enough to match that. They're literally giving people less power, and if you're an AI, like the golden treatment. 80 gigabytes for the H100. I do believe they have a different variant. The H20 is 96 gigabytes. 4 terabyte memory bandwidth, 3.35 terabits per second. 296 teraflops, 1,980 teraflops. Tensor dense, 148 flops versus 495 T-flops. Man, I don't remember some of these numbers being so high. These gotta be updated ones. Like 2,400? I'm thinking more like at least 30 billion. At least 30 billion. Yeah, like at least 30 billion. So I'll talk about pollution and saving the planet, and yeah, nobody is talking about how much power all these AI. Oh yeah, people are talking about all these AI stuff and how much power they're using. Remember how they talked about the mining and all that? That's nothing compared to all this AI. Nothing. Nothing compared to all this AI. If you wait 10 years, you could probably get that computer for like 20,000. Yeah, once they started thinking about AI, the planet took a back seat. They're like, yeah, basically. No, they didn't. They didn't. A lot of people have a lot of complaints about it. So that's what the reason why our electricity bills keep going up for. If it goes the wrong way, ain't nobody gonna be around to be able to buy it. Yep. People with knowledge of U.S. government investigations said they were unaware of the specific Zim projects, but confirmed to Bloomberg the existence of some unauthorized NVIDIA hardware in China. Some. However, they expressed doubt that any any organized network could supply over 100,000 restricted processors to one country, let alone in a single region. Estimates on the total number of such chips in China vary. Two senior officials in the Biden administration mentions a figure closer to 25,000, far less than what the Chinese project require. I've seen Terminator. If something uses that much power, it should be required to build its own power plant. That's what Elon Musk is doing. Elon Musk is literally shipping a power plant overseas to power his $1 million million GPU supercomputer. He's literally shipping a power plant over. Shipping. So to date, there is no direct proof that China has accumulated or will soon receive the more than 115,000 restricted, remember the words I'm using here, restricted GPUs outlined in these construction plans. Still, work on the facilities continues. And EU, where most of the activity is taking place, a large solar power tower has been erected to provide consistent electricity. The location was chosen for its access to solar and wind energy, inexpensive land, and high elevation, which helps to cool hardware. Yeah. I think he has shifted to the Chinese market after everything that's happened here. He just said he wanted to go to Mars. He didn't really say who he was going to go there with. When it comes to the availability of H100s and H200 GPUs, there are millions of Hopper parts installed across the world, and at least some data centers that use them will be switching them out for higher performance Blackwell accelerators. The elephant in the room, however, is that there will be plenty of decommissioned H100 GPUs in the coming months or quarters. Procuring them and smuggling them to China is something that looks reasonable to do for companies from the People's Republic. But there is no evidence that they have attempted to do so so far. NVIDIA has repeatedly stressed that there is no indication of large-scale diversion of its GPUs to China from other countries, such as Singapore. However, smuggling through Southeast Asia has become a point of concern, especially in Malaysia and Singapore. Singapore is currently prosecuting individuals for allegedly exporting AI servers containing restricted components to Malaysia, from where they might end up in China. U.S. officials have asked Malaysian authorities to take action against unauthorized technology transfers, and Malaysia has stated it will act if presented with solid evidence. It's like he's already 100 years old. Jeffrey Kessler from the U.S. Commerce Department Bureau of Industry and Security recently told lawmakers that the unauthorized transfers of AI GPUs to China are indeed occurring. So while NVIDIA is not suspected of any misconduct, authorities in Washington are investigating how banned GPUs might be entering China, reports Bloomberg. Particularly, the Haming region is already a hub for renewable power. The local government has been actively promoting the development of computing infrastructure using its vast energy reserves. And there is a catch. That catch 102 or 202 or 102. NVIDIA has commented on the issue to Bloomberg, saying that the building functioning AI infrastructure with unofficial and or used parts is both risky and impractical. The company also stated it provides no operational or technical support for restricted products in China or elsewhere. While lack of support may not be a problem for small deployments used for research purposes, large machines involving thousands or tens of thousands of GPUs are usually clustered together with NVIDIA specialists to maximize the performance and efficiency. Yeah. However, as Chinese entities do not have a choice, they might attempt to build large NVIDIA-based clusters without working with the company, even at the cost of performance and efficiency. They don't care. They just want to develop. They just want to make. They just want to get this thing up and running. Boom. Blackwell. Blackwell. The man with the highest estimate IQ ever has some similarities with Elon because that man's parents both had doctorates, where Elon's father was a very smart businessman. I mean, you don't have to have the highest IQ to do what Elon Musk is doing, as long as you have the money and know-how of what the future's going to do and what to invest in. It's not like you need to have a super high IQ, right? NVIDIA. Dun, dun, dun. Hopper GPU. Okay, yeah, having I'll call tutors and that at such a young age, it does help. But money helps more. Yeah, I think there's tons of people that are super smart, but they don't have the money, so they can't do anything technically. They can do a little bit, but they can't do as much as what they technically could if they had the money. It's mostly money. It's a lot of money. Never lived up to the potential because they never got the money to get it. To even get smarter, to implement even just the simplest ideas that they have. NVIDIA. Blackwell. Blackwell! Yep. I mean, money doesn't make the world go around, but for advancement in technology, it does. Just look at the way smartphones have came. Just look at not even smartphones. Look at how phones have changed. Okay, look at phones. Look at the differences in computers. Right? Remember, we can go cars. Cars would be nowhere near what they are today without computers. Can't see this. So, mobile phones nowadays, because of how much money has been invested and having smart people to invest their money into to keep developing these phones, look where we are. Look where we just over the past 15 years with phones. Look how far we've came. 15 years. Okay? Look at PCs in the last 15 years. Look at cars in the past 30 years. Due to the fact that PCs and semiconductor technology has increased so much in the past 10 years, that's how come cars now are way more efficient than what they used to be, have way more use than what they used to be. So many things get involved with just semiconductors. If the phone companies make more off the back end from advertisers than they do off customers. Oh, no, 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 no. They make a lot of money off of phones. They make a lot of money off of phones. A lot of money off of phones. They make a lot of money off of phones. I mean, it's not like they don't make a lot of money off of the advertisers and all of that, but they make a lot of money off of selling just the phone. It's not like a PS6, right? Maybe. Just enough to support the infrastructure, but no, probably not, due to the fact, let's say, I'm pretty sure, what company was it that made the deal with Trump? Because Trump was trying to do tariffs on like phones and that too, but then all of a sudden that got turned around because they're like, nah, like we literally you can't do that because then the phone prices and will be going up so much higher, and then like there's no point in doing that. There's a whole bunch that went into that Trump deal. If you got 12 correct answers in this quiz, you have an IQ above 140. Someday. The people selling the phones, like a certain amount, whoever has the towers, they probably get a bunch of... Oh, yeah. I mean, like, a lot of companies rent off their towers, right? Yeah, but 50 bucks times... I mean, I don't know, 50 bucks times, like, basically almost everyone in America has a phone. So, like, 50 bucks, let's just say not even everyone, say just 300 million. 50 bucks times 300 million. That's just in America. Then you got Canada. Then you got everywhere. Yeah, the phone, but I'm not talking about call company. I'm talking about phone companies. Samsung, um, Google, HTC. I'm talking about those. iPhone. I'm talking about those companies. I'm not talking about broadcast or whatever you want to call them. I'm not talking about them. Yeah, but you can't invest money into a phone if the phones aren't selling, right? You can't invest more into the development of thinner phones, faster phones, without having sales on it. Yeah, I'm talking about manufacturers, not service providers. Thank you for that. Yeah, not service providers, just the manufacturers of the devices. Just the devices. Yeah, I think some of these phones are literally $1,500. The components inside and the time it takes to make one does not cost 1,500, nowhere near $1,500. I'm saying that the phone providers could be selling your information basically to advertising and getting much. I mean, yeah, they could be. Yeah, I know we're talking about two different things, but I mean, again, I went over. All I watch is documentaries and stuff like that too, especially growing up. I mean, over the past 10 years and 10 years ago, and literally like went over a documentary over phones, literally just strictly phones, and how quickly the technology has improved due to the fact everyone has one. The prices of them go up, but yet people keep buying them. The components inside are not worth what they're actually selling for, so the companies are making good money off of them, so they can invest more money into making them better, so that way people keep going, oh, it's better, buy it. Oh, it's better, buy it. Oh, it's faster, buy it. Oh, it's a little bit smaller. Buy it. Oh, it's a little bit bigger. Buy it. Oh, you can fold it. Buy it. Oh, there's so much that goes involved with that. Plus, semiconductors is a huge market because it's literally in every device and everything basically we have nowadays. Not even semiconductors, but also the touch screens, Wi-Fi, the battery life, the way the batteries have gone due to the fact just from phones. Worked in telemarketing for a little while, sell your information. Yeah, see, that's just wild that they do that. Oh yeah, some people's information is worth a lot of money. Just saying, if that person has a lot of money and starts and buys stuff all the time, and that you give that person's information to some company, and that company gets a whole bunch of people like that, they'll be like, okay, well, they like this, they like that, they like that. Oh, they'll buy this instantly. They'll buy a whole bunch of these. Well, we're gonna start investing and start making stuff like this. Costs about $15 US to make, sell for over 1,000. Why the company is so, yeah, exactly, exactly, exactly. Now, let's say not phones. Cars kind of went the same way due to the fact semiconductor went up as well, like semiconductor, and then computers, power, and so many processes can be done per second. So you can hook that up to a computer, put it to relate to the computer, get different kind of hardware into the actual car, so that way it can do what the computer wants it to do. So that way it can be more efficient, have more power. Um, that's great, right? And then you got computers themselves have gone, I mean, a huge increase in computer power over the past 30 years due to the fact people have been buying more, especially in the past 10 years than ever before. In the past 10 years, people have been buying more PC hardware than any other time in history. Have been buying more PC hardware. That's why the advancements in PC hardware has gone up so much. Like we're literally at, like, with, we'll just say Intel, 24 cores, 24 core CPU and we can put it in a small box and have extreme amount of power. More power than what we need. And his own butthole murdered him. They had thin phones, but people didn't buy enough. I don't know about that. I think the thin phone I have is pretty thin. And my phone's literally like 8 or 9 years old now. It hungers for more. Prime Day. It's a pretty good Prime Day sales. I don't know. I don't know much about that kind of stuff, to be honest. Well, it sounds like it has pancreas in it, so it sounds like it should be. It's 2:30 in the afternoon and people are trying to sleep? It's like midnight for me. It's like midnight for me, man. Dun, 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 dun. You should have went down to Mexico and got a new one. I don't think you trusted it. I'll invest in transparent PCBs. Man, that'd be pretty cool. I mean, they've been working on flexible PCBs and flexible silicon. Would you invest in flexible silicon? Hi, cutie pie. What you doing? Coming up? You coming up? What you doing? I don't know what that means. Oh, did he try a whole bunch? I didn't really follow him. Again, I don't care about Apple or Mac. Well, come here. There we go. Are you gonna say hi? You gonna say hi this time? You're not gonna say hi this time? No? No? Yeah, again, I didn't follow on any of that. I didn't follow on that. I just heard the one day that he passed away. Born says hello. Born says hello. Oh, you're a happy kitty, aren't you? Oh my god. Oh, okay. I still haven't watched the documentary. Oh, shedding like mad, kitty. I'm shedding like mad. Can't remember who made it, but there was a crazy thin phone, but it didn't sell well. Was that like one of the early on stages of the phones? He was trying to do the program and got scared and back to the standard of care, which did not work out so well. On the other hand, he would have recovered. Oh, wow. People didn't really care for the form factor. That's why phones haven't gotten crazy thin. Give me 1 second. Oh yes, the Motorola Razr from 2004. No, not the Motorola Razr. No, not that. Sorry. How some of them are really big again? Yeah. £2.5? They need to flex. Was it the Motorola Rope E1 ROKR? I think that's the one. And I had a few of these, like the Motorola Razr. Custom-made motherboards. Look up Dr. Max Gearson. Oh, There's a lot of phones that were small but didn't do so well. Whoa. Scam alert! Scam alert! Oh my god, it works perfect for the 7 gigahertz. I know how to make my own PC power cables now. I might try to find an older PC and redo it with some customization. I mean, do you have a multimeter to check from the power supply? Or you just think about making your own custom sleeved cables? You have to make sure you check from the power supply, all that. Yeah, it's not terrible to make your own. It really isn't. If you want to take time to do it, it'd be really good to do. It'd be really fun. Yeah, yeah. What do you mean, what is up with Bamboo Labs? What are you hearing? Don't see a way to easily make the new PCIe connectors, though, so that's why I wouldn't do something like that. Oh. That's Bamboo US? Oh, for the 3D printer? Site has been riff-raff with fake ads for 3D printers. So these con artists plan to trick Facebook users out of their hard-earned money by posing as Bamboo Lab with fake Facebook pages offering links to artificially sweet deals. The fake pages usually misspell or truncate Bamboo Lab's name and can lead to copycat websites that look incredibly real. The point of the scam is to trick people into buying 3D printers and filament that will never appear. That's why it's a scam alert, scam alert, scam alert. Yeah. Because people are trying to pose as Bamboo Labs on Facebook, hoping you will buy their printers and filament. So that way you can get shipped nothing but pay a lot. I'm sending them pasta. But yeah. That's it. That's it. We've noticed an increase in fake websites and Facebook ads impersonating Bamboo Lab. These scam trick users into paying for products they won't receive, often through lookalike domains or fake account or fake discounts. Said Bamboo Labs. Kind of like the video. Hey. Timu, you're doing good, aren't you? Fake. Wrong page name should be Bamboo Lab 3D. Unprofessional photo. Wrong URL should be us.store.bamboolab.com for American audience. Bamboo Lab got you stop scrolling. Yeah. Dang, Bamboo, or dang, Timu. Nope. I'd screw Timu. I'd stick my bolt a nut in that. Ah, man. Crack myself up sometimes. That deserves a +2. That was 2 and 1 there. Let's go. What else we got, though? I'm scrolling. Oh, nothing. Absolutely nothing. All the way back to the top. Watch your eyes. Oh, +2. Let's go. Basically went over all the news. Yeah, the 5090 with 11 pounds of real gold worth $500,000. What is wrong with people? It doesn't even look that good. Adds new context to loot chest. See me a minute here. Oh, my bad. You'll make a casing frame out of the piece and then use that mold and then pour real gold in. That's what they did. That's what they did, but they didn't refine it at all. Like I'll show you. It's not as pretty as it should be, man. like, if you look right above, there's like like they had the like gold solder together, of course, but they didn't like grind anything down. No, no, it's not paint. This is real gold. This is all gold. This is all gold. You can see it has different kind of like the designs in it too, but everywhere where it should be nice and smooth, and the big glob of gold that they did for the soldering the gold onto it, they could have ground that down, made it look good. They could have like added in spots to it with soldered gold spots into it, ground it down as well. Yeah, it's not even 3D printed. It's a mold like you said. It is. It's mold like you said, like a gold mold. Like, it's just they could have done so much better. Yeah, it does look like plastic, but it's not. This is gold. You can see here. I think we have my mouse on there. You can see. Yeah, so you can see the I/O bracket for it. It doesn't even fit into it properly. It's like it was very, very quickly made. That's all. It just looks like it's very quickly made. They could have ground it down, smoothed it all out, kept the designs in it, right? Just smoothed out everywhere that should have been smoothed out. Added in filler into all these divots, these craters into it. Actually, they could have done a smooth mold without the actual designs, and then actually like engraved it. 12, yeah, 12 pounds. 11 pounds of real gold, plus the hardware and all that. It's probably over 12 pounds. It's probably like 14, 13. I just think they could have done better. I do. I really think they could have done better. Yeah, you probably have to. Like it would, yeah, you would have to. You'd have to. It wastes so much. But yep, they did it. $500,000 GPU. Most expensive GPU ever made. It's just way more expensive than the Holly that they had, which had real gold, but not made of real gold. Oh, it's wild. Yeah, yeah, to go with the look. There's no GPU that can run Minecraft with all the mods. I'll show the other pictures of it. There. I think it'll do Sims okay too. You can just sell and buy one that does, yeah. Yeah, with all the mods, yeah. Mucho Ogrio. Just wild. Yeah, it uses, I think they said up to 31 gigs of VRAM. I think that's what I read. Uses up to 31 gigs of VRAM. Somewhere around there. Which is absolutely wild if you ask me. Yeah, that's right. VRAM 31. I think that's what they said, up to 31. That's what people have tested it at with all the mods. With all the HD mods, like all the mods on. Give me one sec. Give me a sec. I'll show you what Minecraft looks with. Not even all the mods. This is not even all the mods. This is Minecraft. This is with a 5090. It's doing 88 frames per second right now. Using 28 gigabytes of VRAM. And this is not with all the mods. This is not with all the mods, okay? Yeah, you gotta realize that it's not with all the mods. It's using 28 gigabytes of VRAM at about 85 frames per second. I think it does around 80 frames per second average. With all the mods, it puts the frames down below 60. Yeah, my niece plays Minecraft, loves it. Didn't want to hear anything about it. Looks nothing like Minecraft. Just one sec. So right now it's using over 30 gigs of VRAM. 83 frames roughly. About 31 gigs of VRAM. Without all the mods, okay? Yeah, I remember that. Without all the mods. Yeah. Probably. Yeah, I presume you could. Yeah. Yeah, no, you have to. Get all the mods. Wild, eh? It's a wild. I don't think there's any mods for Sims. Nah, nah. Doesn't do nearly as much for the mods. Yep. 32 for 5090, 48 for dual 5080. Yeah, 32 gigs. If you want something that has more VRAM, you gotta look at the RTX Pro 6000 with 48. And then the Pro X will have 96, they're saying. There you go, dual 4090. I mean, even if you bought dual 4090, you could probably just buy a 5090 at that price point and still be fine to play that with the HD mods. Because again, it's using about 30, 31 gigs depending on scenery. And it goes down to about 28 to 24. Oh yeah, a dual setup would be sick. It would. Especially like that kind of power too, right? If you're looking at that kind of power, it'd be really cool. A dual vertical GPU setup. I wonder how would you do that though. Like I don't know if there's a case that even supports that. You would probably have to put outside the PC case. Tools and glue and zip ties. Remember, I would recommend the Velcro zip ties. I like the Velcro zip ties. Great invention. Very, very great invention. They should have came out with these things sooner. A link to it? Give me one sec. One second. There you go. There's the link. Kitty in the box. Yeah, the Velcro zip ties. Then you don't have to worry about like cutting the zip ties or figuring out a way to reuse the zip ties. They're always reusable. And you get like 60 packs of them, 100 packs of them for like $7 to $10. They're a pretty good deal in my opinion. I use them for my mic. Cable manage the mic. Yeah, you can use a whole bunch of them too. Yeah, use a whole bunch of them and make them look really good. Yeah, yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah. Yep. In case something has to get moved, it's a smart idea. It's a very smart idea. Oh. Um. I'm thinking. The idea? Yeah. Yeah, they're just really good to use. Velcro zip ties are just really good to use. At least in my opinion. After using them, I'm like, dang, they should have came out with these a long time ago. Oh, um, I mean, me, myself, and I, if I'm gonna do stuff up underneath like a desk or a table or something like that, especially if it's wood, I would get wood inserts so that way you can put bolts in and make your own custom hangers. You can make your own custom hangers fairly cheap. It's fairly easy to do too. Yeah, I'd use like threaded inserts, threaded wood inserts. They just screw in after you drill a certain size hole. They just screw in, Yeah, extreme amount of holding retention. Yeah, I'm in all various sizes for thread sizes. Yeah, yeah. Oh. See, I don't like the large sleeves because just in case I need to move something around. So with all the wires that I have, that would be the issue. Yeah, you're gonna need screws. Oh. You adjust the sleeves individually. Or baskets? Baskets? I mean, I don't know about that. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, so yeah, it has yeah, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like this stuff. Like that. This mesh. That mesh. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I get I'm picking up what you're putting down there, buddy. That's what you're picking up. I mean, I get what you're pick. I mean, yeah. Like, can you build some of the best stuff for it right there? Yeah, it would be. Again, I don't care that much about that stuff. I care about performance over aesthetics. Yeah, if like say I'm doing it for a customer, of course, but the customer's paying for it. So if the customer's paying for it, well, guess what? It gets done that way. It gets done that way. You know what I'm saying? Good for a different, yeah. I prefer the rat rod, rat nest style build. There you go. God, I love the spaghetti stuff. It's one thing I should do again. Another stream of rating viewers' PC setups and PCs. Saw one that did an alien themed build that they used the wires to make it look like a ship where all the wires were pulled out. That looked awesome. Actually, that would look pretty cool. Let's move some fans. Oh yeah, like an actual rat rod build. It's kind of what I want to do with the big case actually. With the big case, kind of what I want to do with it. Make it all white on the inside. Redo it all. I'm very picky. Yeah, it'd be awesome. Yeah, if you take your time, you know what you're doing. I mean, it's not a quick process to do paint jobs, especially if you want to look nice. Thought if you even noticed. I mean, depends. I'm just very picky. Yeah, well, some people are picky. It's good to be picky, though. It's good to be picky. Sometimes. Sometimes you get what you get what you get. In black and white. I mean, I don't care for those cases. I don't. I'm an old school case type person. I really am. Oh, it has Star Wars vibe. Yeah, I don't really care about Star Wars or Star Trek. For sure, make some cases that come basically completely apart. That would be great for custom. Oh yeah, yeah. Those cases that do like basically come completely apart. It's amazing. They also make some cases that you can make bigger or smaller. True. And then you also gotta watch how thick of a paint job you're doing because it might not go back together proper. Ah, yeah, yeah. I mean, if you got it for a good deal, then as well, right? You have to get a good deal on the Lean Lee. They're a little overpriced at MSRP. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt, man. Um, I'm actually honestly contemplating about dealing the X5667. Have yourself a good night, Born. Good night, man. Thank you for stopping by again. What do I want to do? Some soldering. I'm thinking. And then there was 9. Yeah, I even might add capacitors to this. See what I'm doing. We'll see what I'm doing here. Might redo the no power limit mod, make it a bit cleaner looking. And then what I'm also thinking about doing is adding some capacitors to it. Give me a second here. I'll be showing what I'm doing. Stop. There we go. Boom. So GTX 770 by EVGA. So I'm gonna take apart this card here. Maybe something to get that loose. Okay, so there we go. Now this card I did have to do quite a bit of work to get it working. Should find my socket for this. My tech adapter. So what I like to do is take out all these mounting holding for the I/O bracket. Now what we got as well to take off is right here. Now you're gonna want to make sure you put the screws in a nice safe location. Mark them down however you want to mark them down. So that way they go back into the original spots. Now, the last screws you want to take off are going to be the actual retentioner screws. So these are spring-loaded screws for the actual core itself. That will be the last one you take off. And we're just going to go through, take off all these screws. Now this has already been no power limit mod. I'm just going to clean it up a bit. Show people a little bit about no power limit mods. The way I like to do no power limit mods. And you don't even have to do no power limit mods on all the cards. You can do a BIOS flash, but if you don't like doing that kind of thing, and you're good at soldering, then a hard limit or a hardware no power limit mod is a way to go. And there are ways to do it, multiple different ways. There's two different ways actually that I know of. I like to do it the way I do it because you can recover the resistors very easily off a whole bunch of different kind of motherboards and GPUs. So you can always get a lot of them. And it's very, very safe to do as long as you know how to do some soldering. So this does have a lot of screws to hold this on. So what I'm going to do is show you. So this takes apart the whole thing, not just the cooler. The cooler more or less is going to be with these 4 screws. Now there's another mounting bracket underneath this that I'll show you that all these screws are holding on to. And you just got to double check to make sure all the screws are out. As you can see, all those screws are out now. Now we got these last, well, sorry, one more. Good thing I was looking. You got these 4 screws here. We're going to take those off. We're going to take them off slowly. So just do 1 full turn on every single screw until it's loose. And that will be good there. Go all the way onto this side. Take that one all the way out. And do a little bit on that one and a little bit on this one until it's out. That way you can just evenly pressure it. So that way, guarantee you're not cracking the die. That's the main thing you don't want to do is crack the die. And take off the SLI cover off of this as well. And now we can take off the PCB. So when we pull that off, voila. The connector for the actual fans is very easy off this for the 4-pin header. So this is very easy to do. But since we took apart all these screws off of there, see how we have this plate here? This is what we got to take off to do the no power limit mod, is this cover off of this GPU. Not all GPUs have this, by the way. So since there is thermal pads, it's a little sticky. Give it a little pull, and voila, we got la PCB. And there's the bracket with all those thermal pads. Yeah, put that off to the side. Keep it up somewhere so it doesn't get dirty. There's our cooler. Yeah, clean up all that thermal paste. Clean up all the thermal paste off of the core. So, go clean up the core first. Clean up the actual cold plate. There we go. You can see a little bit of the outline of the core there. This is a very old GPU. It does get hot, so you might see a little bit of the core. And here we go. This is just a 2 GB card, by the way. I'll show you the no power limit mod here in a second. To get my soldering iron all set up here for temp that I want. So here we go. the no power limit mod right here. So this is the voltage controller for your power in and also your PCI Express power. So not just your 12-volt power in, but also your PCI Express power as well. So that's a voltage controller. Who? Too smart for you 77? Who in the hell is too smart for you 77? I haven't seen him around. Yeah, here we go. Now, I'm not doing a shunt mod any other way besides this. I'm using 2R2 or 2.2 ohm resistors that I am piggybacking on top of the existing resistors. But in the Discord channel? Oh, in the Discord. He's not a bot. Is he? Okay, so if he's actually like trying to sell you something or try to get you to go to certain websites and that, please let me know. I have banned multiple people from doing that. So, and yeah, they took it very rough. But yeah, if you have any issues with that, please let me know. Like if he, friend request is a friend request, but if he's trying to sell you something or send you odd stuff on Discord, please let me know. I will ban very quickly. So I'm gonna just clean up these 2R2s here. I think I can zoom in a bit better for you. Maybe not the best, but so this is what we'll be working on. So we will be using some no clean flux paste, 8341. It's a good recommended flux paste to use, no clean flux. We are going to need some extremely pointy needle nose tweezers. And we don't need a whole lot of flux on this. Soldering iron is all heated up, ready to go. It's been pre-tinned, so what I'm going to do is clean up the tin. I do have to grab my brass scrub, though. One tip you should know is you should always tin your tips after you're done soldering for storage. That way the solder will stick to the actual tip afterwards. And then you just grab one of these, clean it up real good. So that way there's a little bit less onto it. Doesn't have to be perfect. Voila. Now, what I'm going to be doing is fixing up a couple of these to make them look pretty. And I completely desoldered this one. Voila. Probably not. Like soldering them on once you, again, applied the flux and all that. It's not too hard. It doesn't take long. I am fairly quick at it now. And yeah, it's fairly small stuff. What can I do for a reference on how small those are? Like these little bad boys here. What we're talking about. Very small. But yeah, this is the way I like to do it. Now, you don't have to do all three. So I like to do 1, 2, and 3. All three of them, again. 1, 2, and 3 around the voltage controller. Now, what each one of these do is one of these might go to the PCI Express slot. One might go to this 8-pin power connector, and the other one goes to the 6-pin power connector. Now, you don't have to do them all. If you don't want to do the PCI Express, you'll have to figure out, and what you can do is follow a trace over to the PCI Express, but you can do trial and error too. I like to do all three. So again, I like to do all three of them, just so that way it guarantees that there's going to be no power limit on anything. Your PCI Express is only going to give you up to 75 watts through your motherboard anyways. It's still going to have a limit on that, so it doesn't really matter. It's not like it's going to pull 200 watts through your PCI Express, even though your power is only reading 1 watt. It's not going to pull more than what the PCI Express will give it. So that's why I don't mind doing all three. And it's fairly easy to do. That's all you got to do. Yeah, check. Looks good. That's it. That's all you got to do. And then voltage control mod's a little different, so I can go over some PC or some components off of this. So what we got here, that's gonna be your VBIOS. You got memory chips, so your VRAM chips. You got chokes, VRMs, voltage controller. Sorry, no, power controller, not voltage controller. Your voltage controller is going to be on this card. Just gotta look for it. Right here. Which looks fairly similar, but doesn't have those resistors around it. And you're gonna have to find the voltage in, and then you could connect your voltage, however you're gonna do the voltage into it. So you could use a potentiometer, you can use an EVC. Elmore Labs makes a really good EVC that you can hook up, but then you can also hook up to the actual hookups. This is for an extra power in, an extra power in if you need it. Instructions unclear. 5090 died. Now replaced with Motorola Z80 and a He-Man sticker. Yep, it's not too difficult to do. Again, not too difficult to do. No power limit mod. I've showed it on multiple GPUs. This GPU, if I can show you, I had to replace a trace. So right here. I mean, it's very hard to see. So I had to replace one of the voltage regulators. This is, I do believe 1.3 to 1.3 volt. From there to there. And then the trace in between, as you can see right here, I had to replace the trace. Because after a move, this bad boy got ripped right out, and it ripped the trace right out, so I had to replace the regulator and the trace. Which the trace was just going from the middle end of the regulator to the right side, so it's very easy to do. Okay, well, not easy to do, but still, it had to be done. So I did it. I just pulled this off of an old existing GPU. Just checked out the actual regulator onto it. Was the exact same that I needed, 1.3 volt. Or within spec, of course, 1.3 volt. You know, plus or minus 2%. So, there, and then the trace, I just used a piece of copper wire out of a 12 volt plug that I had just laying around. I just ripped it apart, grabbed one strand of copper wire, and did the trace. That's all I had to do there. Now, what I might want to do, so right here we got capacitors. So as you can see here, so we got capacitor ends here, here, here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't you just get drops? Like Juicy J drops? And then those capacitors are 16 volt capacitors. And these are E3 OCRZ 270 16 volt. All we really technically need are 270 16 volt capacitors. So we just have to check the polarity on them, make sure they go the same way as the same, add on a bunch from the other side, and that will help voltage stability, basically. And you can technically get more overclock ability just by adding more capacitors. And you can add a whole bunch of capacitors to the end of this. I'm going to check to see where my 16 volt 270s are for capacitors. I've already got a bunch of them off of a donor board, so I'm going to see where I put them, and we'll add on some capacitors. And then I'll throw this in the system, and then maybe we can see it working. So I'm going to turn this over, because it might take me a second here to find out where I put them. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. I'll try to answer what you got. I do overclocking. I do overclocking. It's what I do. And doing hard mods on GPUs is kind of what I do to get the scores that I get. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Well, I can't seem to find them, so I'm just gonna pull off a few more off of this donor board here, quick. Ooh, I might need to get some hot air on this. Side iron's like, nope, nope, not today, not today. Yeah. Hey, that really sucks. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to use hot air on this. Looks like I'm gonna have to use hot air. It's just in a spot where there's a whole lot of copper. So this is a donor board. I think, as you can see, it had some VRM issues. This was an AM3 Plus platform with an 8150 that I overclocked to almost 6 gigahertz. And there's no VRM cooling whatsoever. And yeah, I mean, she got a little toasty. It got real toasty. So it's just a donor board. As you can see, I've pulled off a whole bunch of other stuff off of this board. Even pulled off the chipset off this board. So it's just a donor board. And these are 270 16 volts, which is exactly what I need for my GPU. Although I do have this board too. One where I blew up the capacitor on. Another donor board. As you can see, blown up capacitor. Issues the capacitor guts. So that's why it's all over the board, because it blew up. And then when it blew up, it really, really blew up. But this one has a bunch of 270 16 volt as well. Let's see if I can desolder though with an iron. Just give me one sec here. Come on, baby. No, I'm gonna need hot air. I took off the hot air off of this machine. I have to reattach it. This might take me a bit longer than I thought. No, how could you? That's fine. Just give me a minute here. You got the hot air gun. Go big or go home. I guess I'm already home. Might as well go big. Taking a lot longer than I thought. Just does not want to give me the capacitor. Please. Give me the capacitor. Since they're in bad spots. They're in really copper-oriented spots. It does not want to give me the capacitor, though. Please, give me the capacitor. Yeah, we got a capacitor. Capacitor number 1. Wish I had a heating station. Just lay down the board, preheat it. It's 2. It's taking so long, though. All these capacitors in like the worst spot. Yes, I'm not showing how to desolder capacitor. Go check out my videos on that. Holy moly, though. Come on, baby. One side wants to go, the other side doesn't. Let's go for daddy. Holy, that was a rough one. But I got it. Now I gotta set that on my mat, because I bet that one's pretty warm. Now, do I have one more on this board? Of course not. Of course I don't. Why would I have another one on this board? No, we can do it with three. Three's plenty. So there we go. So again, we're gonna add them onto here. And all you gotta really remember is polarity goes that way. So everything's got to point that way. I do wish these prongs were a bit longer, but that's okay. Definitely put one here. Switch that off. Turn on the soldering iron. Grab a bit of solder. And the solder I like to use on a lot of my GPU mods is 0.8 millimeter core flux wire, right? 0.8 millimeter core flux wire. Yeah, let's give that a second to warm up. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. All right. Let's see if we can make sure showing it right here. Now you gotta remember, see, we have the blue stripes going that way. This side of the PCB. Yeah, make sure the blue is on that side. Alright. So soldering iron should be nice and toasty. We'll add a little bit of solder to the soldering iron here. We don't need a whole lot. And then we're going to grab a little bit of this. Make sure we got it pointing the right way. Come here. Come here, you. You rascal. There we go. So there we go. Make sure you got it pointed that way. I'm going to start off on the far one here and get it soldered on. You know what would make it a little easier? Looks like it's on. It's not on though. Add a little bit of heat onto her. Warm up this board a bit. Not much, just gotta warm it up a bit. That way I don't overheat the capacitor at all. Oh boy. Just needs a lot of heat. And we're gonna heat it up a bit more. We're just gonna preheat this board. Add a little bit of flux to it in a second here. That's why it's good to get a hot air station that has adjustable fan speed too. Yeah, we don't need a crazy amount there. Oh, that's better, baby. That's what we're talking about. Well, it's just a friend request. People do that. But if he's trying to sell stuff on the Discord, or you know, being completely annoying for no reason, please let me know. It'll be the first time people get banned. Oh man, I might need to heat up the board more. So much copper in a GPU PCB. Yeah, I got to reheat it. I do have fans going too. It's probably not helping. That's why, again, a hot plate will be mucho handy for this kind of stuff. There we go, capacitor 1. Okay, so what we'll do now, add some heat to her again. For the next one. Since it's already somewhat preheated, the board's quite warm already. Again, not as hot as what I would like, but quite warm. We'll just do that. Add on some of this bad boy. As you can see, we got flux going. Trying not to blow away too much of the flux. Three, two, one. This should be good. Again, grab our capacitor. Make sure it's going the same way as before. Grab some solder from here. See, some solder. Add it on. A bit more solder. Clean off some solder. Need a little bit more solder. It's just one side is not liking me. The board's already got cold again. The board's already got cold again. Brutal. How's it going, Nova? Probably blocked the fan. Probably cooling down the board way too quick. Oh. God, it's already getting cold. We have to turn off the fan. It's blowing too much fan. Alright, there we go. I am soldering on extra capacitors onto this GPU. I just did a no power limit mod, went over some stuff on how to do no power limit mod. I'm going to be adding extra capacitors to help the overclock ability of the card. Adding on extra 270 16 volts. It's a type of capacitor. 16 volt capacitor. Lift up the whole board with it. That's what you want. That's what you want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. The main thing I gotta do is make sure I be careful of the capacitor. Don't heat it up too much here. Want really good connectivity on this. So what I'm doing is adding on extra solder here. Good. Good. Maybe not good on this one. Let's see. It's hard to do it this way. Trying to make it so I could show on camera and do it at the same time. It's not exactly easy to do. There we go. There's one extra capacitor, there's two extra capacitor. Nice and strong. If I'm not liking that one connection point at all. There we go. So, again, good and strong. Good and strong. That's what you really want to check out, is make sure you got good strong connection points to be able to lift up the whole board, move it around. These might bend a little bit, but that's because they're on pass-throughs, so it should be able to go through the board. But since we're just attaching to the pegs on the other side of the board, and again, you want to make sure you check the polarity onto it, so that way, let's see how we got the capacitors from this side pointing that way. You want the capacitor on this side pointing the same direction, so the blue on that side. So that's the main thing you gotta watch if you ever do something like that. And I only have 3 right now, so we're gonna do 3. And we're gonna heat up the board right here again. Make soldering a little bit easier. I'm going to try to blow the air away from the capacitor. We're trying not to heat up the capacitor too much because they will explode, as you can check out my videos. Video of a capacitor exploding. I did it on purpose, of course. You can cap them off too with some sort of metal. That'll do. So, again, you add solder to the tip. We add a little bit of flux. Grab our capacitor. In the direction that we want. Except for I don't have it at the tip that I want here. Just barely on it. There we go. A bit more solder. Check it out. It's more like it. Up the voltage. No, it's not going to do up the voltage at all. It's just going to help stabilize, regulate the voltage. Yeah, there we go. That one's all done. It's nice when the PCB is nice and warm. So, nice and strong on each of them. Basically, lift up the board is what you want to do. Be able to do. Connection points are not the prettiest. But they got a good amount of solder on them. And that's what matters. So that's all three right now that I have. I kind of want to do one more, to be honest. So that way, got 4 on this side and 4 on this side. Just to keep it even. So that's kind of what I would like to do. So if you give me a second, I'll desolder another capacitor. So I'm not sure where I put my 270 16 volts. All right, grab this board. Let's desolder a capacitor. Yeah, it does take a second to desolder once. Give me a second here. If anyone has questions, please let me know. Boy, this one's taking its sweet time. Let's see if we can add a hot iron to it. Oh my god, you're joking. This is taking its sweet time. It's right around all the copper, though. There's a lot of copper around this one to take off, so it does make sense, but holy moly. It's just taking its sweet time. Holy moly. Maybe I won't do this one. This one just does not want to desolder. At least in a reasonable time frame. We'll just say that's good. I mean, that is technically good. You don't have to do them all, that's for sure. You do not have to do them all. Really want to make sure this one's got a good solder point. So, just re-hitting it. This one's not making me happy. I got it. No. This one is not making me happy. Right. I think we're good. Ah, 1 point is not liking it. Not liking the one connection. Yes, holy moly. 1 point. This bad boy just did not like me for a second there. But I finally got a good, solid connection. On all of them. I like it. I like it a lot. So, I'm going to do... nose off now. Clean this stuff up here. There we go. Good solid connection points. Very happy about how solid those are now. So, Let's get solid connection points on all of them. This one has a lot, of course. As you can see, this one has a lot, but that's okay. And then they hold it up. Nothing moves around. I can bend them, make them a bit nicer there. They're gonna be a little off. The through pins are not perfectly flat, so that's good enough for me. That's actually not bad at all. Actually, quite happy with it. Quite happy. So what we can do is reassemble the card. Now we got 3 extra capacitors onto it. We got the no power limit mod done onto it on all 3 sides on this one. So no power limit mod. So grab some thermal paste. Grab some MX4. Round that side sits high. There's another side here. Sits high. It's the capacitors, but that's fine. Clean up the core a bit more. Here we go. Looks all spanking nice. And I'm gonna take this plate and put this plate back on. Line it up nicely. Like so. Add in a couple screws. If I can show it. So if we just joined in, we just added on some capacitors on this GPU. No power limit mod. And yeah. Voila. Let's add the screw on this side here. That way I can hold. That way it holds on the plate. Voila. Get some thermal paste. MX4. Oh yeah. Good stuff. Again, thank you, donators. And a good glob of that. Now we need the cooler. Now with the cooler, let's see, we got the 4-pin power connector for the fans. We have to connect that first. And I'm going to grab these tweezers. I'm going to turn this on over. Line that all up nicely. Just enough to get a few turns on the thread for all the screws right off the bat. That's all you want to do. Go on that one too. Boot in tight. Squeeze down. Okay, so there's the capacitor still on there. I'm just gonna put all these screws in, except for the one that holds the I/O bracket onto it. People are wondering why I turn backwards on the screw before I turn it in, because I'm trying to make sure there's no cross thread. Voila. Let me get the I/O bracket now. And just put all the screws back in the I/O bracket before I put on the final screw right here. Like so. And we got that one extra screw right here for the I/O. That one extra screw has a little bit of Loctite on it. That's how I know it's one for this one. And I'm just gonna go around, check the screws, make sure they got proper nice tension onto it. Voila. And I'll just double check the actual core retention screws. Yeah, they feel good. Voila. So, extra capacitors, no power limit mod. The next step for this card will be a core voltage mod. I'm not sure if I'll do a memory mod on it, but I definitely will be doing a core voltage mod in the future on this card. Grab a brush. Grab a brush, clean up the card a bit here. So there we go. Bam, all done. And that is how you do core voltage, or that is how you do adding on extra capacitors, and that's how you also do a no power limit mod. Now, if you want, I can set up a system and show it working, if you'd like. Probably be making a video about this anyways, with the extra capacitors and the no power limit mod. See if I can get it past the frequency I was able to hit without any of the mods. And then we know, and I'll be right back. Oh. What system could I show it working on? I guess I could throw it in a Xeon system to show it working. So just give me a minute here, and I can throw this in a system. I'll put it on a video capture card, and we can show it through the screen. Yeah. That's better. Well, that's more like it. So, just give me a minute. I'll have to move over the system over there. That way we can set it up. Okay. Grab the card. Then we got the capture card. HDMI cords. Give me a second. It's gonna take me a second to grab a couple of long HDMI cords. Long. All right, now I need to set up. We're off and running. Just give me a sec. I gotta set up the UJ capture card here. Just need to set up another device for it. Pro capture card. Boom. Nope. Move that over there because I'll probably be Over here, just showing that's working. Bam. Just need to power it on. And yeah, I know it's a green. I know it's green. Yes, it's fine. It'll once it goes into the Windows operating system, then it has a driver for the graphics card. That's when it stops being green. It's for some reason on the older hardware on this video capture device, this is what happens. But as you can see, we got power. Everything's working. Ta-da! Now I do need some more. I think another mouse keyboard for setup. So should be able to just give it a second. It'll kick in color. Oh, maybe I haven't had the. No, I'm pretty sure I've had the GTX 770 on this. Should just kick over color. Do 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 do. Maybe not. There we go. Boom, boom. We got color. Told you, I just had to load the driver. And yep, there we go. It's working. Um, there we go. So you can really see the effect. And if you give me a second, I'll switch over a mouse so I can click on some things and do some things. Come on. Go. So, need an extension for the mouse so I can sit over here and use the mouse. So let's say afterburner, hardware monitor. Just to show you the no power limit mod. So if we go here, settings, monitoring. Oh, where's my monitor? I really don't care about that monitor. Well, that's fine. Anyways, 37 degrees right now. Slowly warming. It's fine. Use hardware monitor here just to show the no power limit mod. Again, this is added capacitors and no power limit mod on the card. CPU is stock right now, 266.6. GPU. 0 watts right now. 7 watts out of the one. Max of 12 watts. Let's put a small load onto it. GPU Z. This is a 220 watt card, by the way. There's a render for it. So under load right now, we're doing 1.1, almost 1.2 gigahertz. Yep. Again, this is a 220 watt card. Pulling only, it's saying 44. Looks like pin 8 needs to be redone. Because I did redo the no power limit mod. I need to probably switch out that resistor that I put on it, the 2.2 ohm resistor, which is a 2R2, 2.2 ohm. So I'll have to switch that out. Should be reading around the, yeah, like what the PCI Express is reading, the 1.27 or the 6-pin, 0.05 watts. And these 2R2s, make sure it does not go into a limp mode. That's fine. This is fine. Still just fine. Looking pretty good. If we go into a benchmate, we can really show the load. I'll really show the load with the GPU Pi. So here's a GPU Pi. Put that, put that. Calculate. Okay. Okay. Let's let it run. How's it going, Hooves? So as you can see here, still doing good. It's doing just over 1.1 gigahertz. And GPU Pi is a very stressful test for GPU. Again, this is a 220 watt card. We hit 66 watts. Nice. Looks like I do have to redo pin 8. That 2R2 probably is no good anymore, so should just redo it with the one that I've already grabbed, known working one. It reads 2.3 ohms, which is fine. It's pretty close to what I need it to do, so I'll use that one. And I'll replace pin 8 here. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. So let's see. Plus 55. Let's do a plus 55. Let it cool down a little bit first. Then we'll do a plus 55 on it. Yeah, as you can see, we're only hitting 66 watts, which is good. Minimize that. We'll redo this test. That was me canceling it, and I'm gonna redo it. Go. 1.432. Not sure exactly how fast I need it to go. It's looking pretty good though. So it's stable to the right, plus 55. No, Dabatron. You got that right. How's it going, Moz? It's so many games, eh? I'm doing pretty good. I just did a no power limit mod on this card, redid a no power limit mod, and added a bunch of capacitors to the GPU. Just testing it out now. Press OK. Save. Save. I want to check the results here. Holy, CPU seems to be getting hot. Why? That makes sense. I don't have the pump hooked up because I don't have Molex for that. I don't have Molex for that power supply. Well, that shucks. I don't know. No, the GPU's fine. It's the CPU. The CPU doesn't have a fan on it. GPU is good. It's hitting 1.228, and it's only hitting 53 degrees Celsius. I can't believe how well the CPU is handling without an actual cooler on. I mean, it's got a custom water loop, but the pump's not on right now. So I actually can't believe how well it was actually doing. But yeah, there's the graphics card working. It's hitting 1.228 fairly easily. I'm hoping I can get it to like 1.3, maybe 1.4 gigahertz, which would be really nice. With these the no power limit mod and the extra capacitors. Without a voltage mod, that'd be really good. I'll be really happy with that. On air, I'll be really happy with that. Yeah, so I'm gonna just turn this down now. Just gonna shut it down, and yeah, I don't have an extra connector for the power supply for this. I have to set it up. I have to use a different power supply for the setup. I forgot. I'm using the power supply for something else right now. Fans for the kitty, so that way she stays cooler. That's why she's laying on the floor over there. And yeah, good. Yeah, that's quite happy with it. There you go. That's what you should be doing. Just lowering the power limit. Plus 1500 on the memory is decent. It's generally what you should be able to do for 30 series and up. Technically, is that. Oh yeah. The hotspots. Yeah, that's why it's good to take them apart and use decent thermal paste on them. I hear you though. I definitely hear you on that. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, you can technically overclock it still, just even with the 14% less power, you can still overclock it. If the hotspots are getting too hot, then yeah, I don't recommend it. Quiet at run and load, I mean that's good. Kind of what you want. Usually when I'm gaming, I'm only using like 85% power limit with a fairly good overclock on it. Yeah, my PC's far enough away. I don't really notice any loud noise. So I'll put the fan speed to 70, 75% generally. That keeps it well cool enough. Well cool enough. Yeah, I'm gonna be hoping trying to find another GTX 770. I'll also do a no power limit mod to it. Not sure if I'll do a capacitor mod to it or not, but I'll definitely be doing no power limit mod, and then I'll be doing SLI hopefully for the competition. I am trying to do like a bit of a fundraiser for the competition to help me get some extra hardware. Maybe get some dry ice. Dry ice is not cheap, so it depends on how much I can get for that. We'll see what I can do. Yeah, there we go. 30% fan, that's pretty low fan. Pretty low fan speed. I am probably gonna be ending the stream here soon. I mean, they got a decent OC headroom. Decent. I mean, you're going back to a card that I'm working on right now, the GTX 770. Most people could only get like a plus 35 or maybe plus 50 out of them. That's not much of an improvement. No, older GPUs do not OC crazy. Older GPUs OC crazy on like a liquid nitrogen with core voltage mods, memory mods, no power limit mods, extra capacitors, yeah. Everyone complains about the GPUs nowadays, but they don't realize about the GPUs on the old days that they barely overclocked. That's you're on like liquid nitrogen with crazy mods. That's not old though. It's not even old. It's like what, 5, 6 years old? Not even? Around 5 or 6 years old? That GTX 770 is like 13. Almost. That's good. Yeah, my 2080 Super, I'll probably do some mods to it. It's custom water cooled too, so it's nice. So I'll probably do mods for the competition too. We'll see. It's already a really good card. The 2080 Super that I have. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end the stream here soon, guys. I get some sleep. It's 3 a.m. Yeah, yeah. Be back on tomorrow probably. We'll see. It's been very hot. Tomorrow night's supposed to be nice and cool, which is nice. But tonight, not getting so cool, and I'm trying to cool down the place a bit more for tomorrow. Nah, you shouldn't be. I mean, they overclock really nice. Very nice. And they stay nice and cool. They stay nice and cool, and they overclock again. Very, very nice. Be nasty again. Be nasty again today, unfortunately. Maybe I won't stream today, just because it's so nasty. It's wanted my place, my place to cool down. It's been so hot. If I do a whole bunch of PC stuff, it just gets hotter. 90% CPU usage? How can you get 90% CPU usage? What games are you playing? That's wild. Generally, I'm just using my 13900K 8 performance cores, and I like maybe see 25-30% max on 8 performance cores. I mean, having a CPU bottleneck's hard to have. More or less, you're depending on the game as well. It could be CPU bottlenecked. It's whether or not your CPU bottlenecks your GPU. $100%, 101%, 105%. You push CPU quite a bit. Again, it's not like when you're gaming and that you're doing like an AVX instruction set, so it's not like you're really working that CPU even at 100%. Yeah, and guys, I'm gonna be ending the stream here. I gotta end the stream. I gotta be going to bed here. I gotta get some sleep. Yeah, man. I'll try to be on today at some point, but we'll see. It's supposed to be again hot. I really need to cool down my place. It's been impossible to do. So, again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donors. You guys have helped this channel more than you know. Again, thank you to the donations in the past couple of days. It's been great. Could be trying to do another fundraiser for the competition. That's going to be here in a couple of days. And yeah. So again, thank you very much. And as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.